morning, everyone. I think it's a great moment for us to start the day. And thank you, everyone. Amit, thank you for coming all the way from Australia, Mr. Ravi, and everybody coming all over the country to be with us this morning. And I was thinking what to say. I mean, manufacturing has always been very close to me, to my heart, in terms of understanding the fine professionals that you are and the kind of cutting edge technology that you embrace. And Mr. Modi's mandate, and a lot of companies here are like the Indian company themselves and will become actually global. The 3 minutes video that you saw was actually to tell you our global footprints, where we really do the world's best titles. And we also are more than a decade old in the country here. And we want to believe that whatever we do with the industry, for the industry, and by the industry. And we believe that whatever you create has to be meaningful, has to be neutral, and has to be credible. And what is paramount of most important is that you have to have a great partner. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands for Havells. Mr. Partha Karmakar is right here. And the whole Havells team. You know, it's such a great inspiration to see brands like Havells, who in their journey, and today, as I talk to you, if I don't get the numbers wrong, they have 13 factories and many more coming. And today, for your professional lighting across the spectrum, I think they're very well, equipped to answer to your needs in terms of your energy management, to sustainability, to quality, and give you that cutting edge. So I think when we were talking and we said, what should we do? What should we create which is meaningful and we can lend support to the industry? And that's gave the genesis to come forward and talk to Havells. And they have been able and collaborated and have supported us. I think today, we have some absolutely wonderful profile and battery of prolific speakers. I'm here, one, to learn with you. I'm here, one, to recommend that we ideate, collaborate, and see how we can take manufacturing to the next level. A little 30-seconder on manufacturing today. Sujata, who's our editor, is one of the finest professionals when it comes to manufacturing. Neetu Patil, who has been able to anchor and curate this. I think these two ladies are phenomenal. I have all the support of this young brigade of mine, especially the women force. And I think it's great to see that women in manufacturing as well. As we talk to you today, in the evening, we also host another event, which is Women in Construction. We celebrate women. We celebrate inclusivity and diversity. And at ITP, we are very proud that all of you are a part of this journey of celebration. So ladies and gentlemen, I won't take much of your time. I think it's going to be a great afternoon. And I think here we will all learn from each other. And I think we look at the best practices. Of course, as we talk to you, we are also on social media, also on LinkedIn. And of course, we'll put together an elaborative and a comprehensive report for the industry at large to understand. With this, may I request Mr. Partha Karmakar, Business Head, Professional Lighting, to enlighten us more on lighting. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. I am very excited and I'm blessed to be here with a very diverse crowd of experts from manufacturing industry. So thank you, Vibhor, for a great kickstart of the event. Today, I think it's going to be very interesting discussions and presentations on manufacturing. We from Havells are able to participate in this to communicate a very important message that we believe that we are responsible to create solutions which are going to be next level for manufacturing industries. So we believe in manufacturing. So as Vibhor was mentioning that we have been always believing that we manufacture best of the products, and India is today poised for a very big growth in manufacturing industry. So certainly people are talking that we can be the next biggest hub for manufacturing. So here we would like to support this industry, not only be a good manufacturer, as the government is also certainly supporting on manufacturing. We are having continuously growth in our manufacturing capability. And today I am here on behalf of professional lighting. So here we would like to have very interesting perspectives of different industries. We have industries from FMCG, automobile, aerospace. So it would be interesting to have the insights from various industries. And we are here to certainly be there for all types of solutions which can be created for various industries. So if you look at how illumination or lighting have been also transcending over the years, earlier light used to be just a media to see, but over the years we have been able to really understand that light has to be more sustainable, light has to be more for people, and light has to be something which is much more digital and making things much more smarter. So we are continuously evolving light in this direction. So our new solutions are well thought, where it is not just a media to illuminate, because how you see is also different, because our body anatomy behaves differently in different kind of types of light. So we are working very heavily in terms of creating meaningful solutions which are more related to how any human is working the or doing the task much more effectively, having a much better comfort, having less of fatigue, the productivity goes up. So those aspects, though it had been overly spoken about and too much misused also, but I think over the last couple of 2 years, when COVID struck us, we all got the realization that it is so important to have an artificial light which is as close to a natural light. So that's how we are all working on the technology, so that how we can make the light much more closer to a natural light. Also, when we look at solutions, now solutions have to be more integrated, more inclusive, such that at the beginning only we are deciding whether what kind of a smart system which it should have. So smart system is not just only making us smart, but also really bringing a lot of data points so that we are able to effectively manage, effectively maintain the products, as well as continuously keep on upgrading with the time to come. So we are here to look at further perspectives on illumination from various industries. Really looking forward to a very engaged discussions. And thank you so much for all of you to be here. I think the house is full, and we are looking forward to a very good participative event together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karmakar, for that welcome speech. Now we move on to the panel discussion number one, which is moving towards Industry 5.0, sustainable manufacturing in India. So we will be discussing on top management perspective on sustainable manufacturing and how does the people-centric approach help in creating a smart factory approach. We have with us Amit Gosain, who is the Managing Director, Kone Elevators India and South Asia, Kaustubh Dunde, who is the co-founder and CEO, AutoNext Automation, Praveen Khare, who is the President and CEO, Thermax, Babcock and Wilcox Energy Solutions, Rakesh Agarwal, who is the Managing Director, Lisa Technologies, Ravi Raghavan, who is the Managing Director and CEO, Bharat Freight Renault, and to moderate the session, we have Jeffrey Jacob, who is a partner with KPMG. May I invite all the panel to come on stage?
Welcome everyone to the panel. So what I would like to start off with is there's a lot of confusion when it comes to industry 3.0 to 4.0 to 5.0, so much so that most of us have coined it and just called it X.0, right? So what I would like to start off with maybe we'll start off from Thermax in that sense also, to ask you, how do you see this difference coming in, and what is the management perception today of what's this shift from 4.0 to 5.0, and how are we looking at it from a responsible fashion? And also, do you see this actually being a lot demanded by the people, I mean by the customers also, in addition to the government and regulatory pushes? A lot of this, as we know, even 4.0 for that matter, it started primarily from Europe, where they wanted to remove the cost arbitrage which was being enjoyed by the other emerging nations, and then they wanted to replace it with technology and technological advantage. So how do you see 5.0 in this entire equation?
So the main difference we see in 4.0 and 5.0. 4.0 is of course the connected factory, connecting the factory within various silos that we had before, so that the constraints get removed, and also connecting it to the clients. so that the change in customer preferences, change in customer demands are automatically configured in our manufacturing setup, and we are able to respond at the fastest possible speed. The 5.0 as it is coming is, one is seeing that the minimum manpower resources get implemented in the factories, and most of it works on automation really. So the light out concept, where you have only machines working and not manpower or not people working in the factories. And until we reach there, co-working of robots and manpower, so that we are able to get automated performance and very flexible performance going there. Insofar as Thermex is concerned, our factories, we are moving towards the Industry 4.0 with interconnected machines, with systems which connect the machines directly to the market demands, and analyzing the variations that happen in the customer demands, so that we are able to respond faster. That is insofar as our machines are concerned. However, we are going in a much faster way, much deeper way about the machines that we supply to our customers. We supply energy equipments, boilers, air pollution control equipments, water treatment equipments. All these equipments need a lot of knowledge to operate. Mostly they are operated by operators. We have come up with, and we have developed a solution called Thermex Edge Live, in which we are able to connect all these equipments to our central control rooms where experts sit. It is not possible to send 100 experts to, we have currently in India 20,000 installations, outside India perhaps 2,000 installations. It's not possible to provide expert service to all these installations by sending out people. So we have developed this solution of Thermex Edge Live, in which we are getting the customer data, or more or less a replica of the machine as it works in customer premises. We are able to see it in India in our control room, where we have deployed a lot of self-learning algorithms which are able to generate alerts, which are able to generate signals by which they give recommendations on how to optimize the performance, how to prevent breakdowns, how to plan shutdowns and stock spare parts, so that the downtimes are minimum. So this solution we have now got in operation, and it is in the process of self-learning and developing its own algorithms, developing its own kind of knowledge base. I think that will help our customers to go to Industry 5.0 with this kind of initiative that we are taking. And unless statutorily required, the operators will, the number of operators will go on diminishing. So that is where we are from Thermex perspective.
So taking on from there, with laser technologies, you are also supplying a lot to these end-use industries in terms of the equipment that they need to manufacture and tools and all that stuff, right? So in that sense, how do you see this impact on people? Do you see this as primarily in a labor-abundant country like India? Do you see this as a challenge, or do you see this more trying to fit in with the ecosystem overall? How do you see this? Because the reason is, the reason I ask this specifically is, when this comes up, every time there's a discussion which says that, it won't pay for itself in many of these cases, because we have free, cheaper labor, we have abundance of labor. Today, of course, labor in itself is a concern. The work ethic, the availability, all of those have become a concern today. So maybe people don't look at it completely from an ROI perspective. But how do you see this with your customers today?
See, if you see at laser perspective, so I don't see this as human versus automation or human versus labor. This is a collaborative approach which we also follow, and to help the laborers, or to help the operators or the people operating lasers, we are trying to give them a quality of life. So recently we had a very common example, like a very good example. So we had a brick mold manufacturer company near to Pune. So the season started from rains, and they were making the brick molds by hand. And they said that they never enjoyed Diwali since last 18 years. Then we supplied them a laser machine, and the 12 hours job was done within 2 hours. And they said in last 2 years, we are enjoying Diwali at home because of such kind of productivity. So we are helping them so that, the productivity increases, because at the end, the efficiency, the productivity and the quality should increase, and it should help the people at the end, down the line. So there we are doing lot of kind of, you can say, automation, or a lot of brainstorming, how to help people, how to help operators, how to improve their quality of life, how to increase the productivity. So in productivity also, we have introduced recently a laser cleaning machine, at per se, or a laser welding machine also, which is handheld. So earlier, like if you weld for 10 minutes, then you need 50 minutes to buff it or to clean it, or it was a lot of labor intensive job. But now, if they are welding with laser, then the rework is minimized. The 1 hour job comes to 15 minutes only. Okay, so the productivity at the end is increasing. The cost of end product is getting lower. People can use it in better way, and also it is helping the MSME to grow at a faster rate, because they can produce now 3 times or 4 times. So if you are producing in mass, or if you are producing in bulk with that kind of quality, your cost of ownership decreases, and that will indirectly benefit the consumer, end consumer also. And end consumer, the life of the end consumer also increases, the quality of the life increases, because he can use now these things, like for example a washing machine or a fridge. Earlier it used to be a luxury, but now it's common for everyone, because we are helping them to give a tool which can mass produce in quantity. So that's where we are helping, trying to help the industry and the at the end the people.
Okay, great. On a related question, Ravi, if I were to ask you also, over the last, let's say, 5 years, how have you seen this transition amongst the customers of yours, right? Because there are two things. One is there's been a lot of new investment coming in. So do you see all of these investments coming on a fresh slate with a lot of digitalization, and that digitalization may not mean only Industry 4.0 or 5.0 on manufacturing, but also the entire, whether it's dashboards, whether it's having an automated factory. We talk about dark factories, etc. So do you see that as a trend catching up in India, or do you think there is still some more time in terms of the orders that you get from clients?
I think a lot of things have happened in the last 4-5 years. The journey started with making individual equipments smarter, intelligent. Then people moved on, kind of set of equipments can be made. A line became intelligent. Then a couple of lines became intelligent. Factory became intelligent. And now what people are, what I would like to define, whatever is going to happen or is happening, is sort of an ecosystem getting intelligent. And the way we are developing, say, CNC machines, we are talking about biomimicking the machine. And what do I mean by that is bringing the machines closer in terms of intelligence to a human being and make it behave the same way as a human being. So we're telling a machine, now you're not a dead person, it's a social animal that you are. So you start behaving, and I'll just ask very simple questions, and that's where the innovation comes into it. Now, I don't want to say that 5.0 will look at people, redundancy and things like that, but can it make, say, a natural intelligence work with an artificial intelligence, right? Making people safer in the environment, people happier in the environment, people getting good, healthier way of working. Because when you connect the whole ecosystem, for example, I just connect lighting, for example, as a ecosystem connection. We used to connect only machines, say 3 years ago. They say, okay, machine. Now they said, no, you have to have gauging as part of the machine as a measurement system. When you go into gauging, you're talking about camera. When you talk about camera, the lighting has to be perfect, otherwise some things it will pick, something it will not pick. So the lighting, depending on the component that you are inspecting, has to become nobody will be remembering. So how do you make the whole ecosystem intelligent is what we term as Industry 5.0, which includes everything in the ecosystem: people, processes, related, unrelated equipments, right? How the solar panels are getting connected to their productivity. Yeah? Today, why do we have various sensors? Can I connect just my line getting produced? Lesser number of people, my lights operate the different ways as people. So I would say the journey has been from making individual intelligent to a family intelligent to a community intelligent, and probably a whole ecosystem becoming intelligent.
So if I move on to Amit, in your case, you are actually the customer for some of them. But if I were to talk to you about your customers, right, for elevators, for escalators, etc. So how have you seen their behavior changing? Have you seen them asking for more advanced features? See, earlier we were a lot dependent on functional features, right? Now a lot of these and functional features are quantifiable. There's a certain amount you can compare one product vis-a-vis the other, and so on and so forth. Today, whether your factory is much better than the other factory has no resemblance on what's the output that is produced as far as the customer sees. He sees the final product, right? But today the customer is also getting smarter. He wants more features. He's willing to pay for a lot more features, which means that it's more environmentally conscious. Maybe there's more better monitoring, better safety in this in the entire manufacturing process as well as in the final product. So how have you seen the customer behavior changing over the last few years? And you also, and maybe also if there's any difference between the ones you see in India vis-a-vis the ones you see in the global markets, because you also happen to be a global.
They say, is your factory sustainable? So when we say, your output is as good as the input that you have within the factory. So in 5.0, not repeating what everybody said, and I completely agree. A lot of customers want to visit the factory and see what the quality of the product is. And when they go, I think if they come to our factory, we say it's sold because factory is very sustainable. We've tried to make it like that. There are two things: minimizing waste, number one. Number two is having a lower environmental impact. And we've kind of created that through CNC machines, through the environment within the factory, greenery that we have, around it. All our water is 100% recycled for everybody. For instance, lighting is all natural. We've got no air, instead of air conditioning, we've got those big fans that have about 10 degrees less cooling. So that's one impact to the customer. Second impact, the customer looks at technology today. He looks at sustainable technology. So when we say sustainable technology, we've been kind of trying to lead in many ways. Gearless elevators, for instance. We had the first machine roomless. So there's no machine room in an elevator. What that does is it saves power. So from a customer point of view, it saves some space of a machine room, saves a lot of power, almost about 70 to 80% less power consumption. So they say, okay, you're going to invest a little bit more. So short-term pain is going to give you a long-term gain. There's nothing which comes without pain. So that's important. So customer says, okay, renewal, you're saving me a lot of energy. I need this. Third thing is again, which goes to smart manufacturing industry 5.0, I guess. An output of it is the safety aspect of it. So the customer says, elevator is one area where if you've been ever stuck in an elevator, the 20-second looks like 20 minutes. And 20 minutes if you're stuck there is like 3 days. So importantly, our customer always says, I don't want to be stuck. What are the safety parameters? So then we've put in a monitoring system. We talked about artificial intelligence, IoT. So we've got a monitoring system where all our elevators can be monitored. Of course, the customers started asking us, what about the existing elevators? You've introduced this 3-4 years ago, 24/7 monitoring. We said we can have that. So of course, you pay a little bit extra, but you have the monitoring system and it's safe because you're monitoring all the elevators. Predictive maintenance, we maintain it even before it fails. So that's sustainability again, because the elevator doesn't fail. I'm giving you examples from our industry, but I'm sure other industries have very similar examples. So the customer is today looking at sustainable practices, especially the larger buyers of equipment, and Mumbai's got a lot of larger players here. They are looking at how do you save them energy, how do you make it more efficient, how do you make it more safe, and what is the best quality that can be given. So yeah, 100% today. And when you go to bungalow elevators, they can pay a little bit extra for sure, but they're also looking for the same solution. So it's very, very important these days to make things sustainable. It's not only a big name, it's kind of India's got into it. And making carbon neutral by 2070 is what we are saying, coming to your global question. Globally, Finland has said that Europe is saying 2030. So there is a 40-year gap. But, I think in India, if something starts, it starts very quickly. So you look at mobile phones, for example. It took a little extra time to start, but then we are very fast. You look at the vaccination drive. We had one of the ministers talk in one of the panels day before yesterday. 2 billion vaccinations in the shortest period of time in the world. So we started and then we finished very quickly. My guess is the sustainable action, whatever is being done, we're saying 2070, but there would be a push later on and India will do much, much faster. And therefore, from our industry perspective, also we're moving fast. Whatever elements we can do to finish by 2030, which is faster than India, we'll do by 2030. Some may be not within our control. So that's in a nutshell what it is.
Great, good. You already alluded to Kaustav being the entrepreneur here on the forum. But one question I want to ask you, Kaustav, is maybe you can talk about your journey, how you went on to develop autonomous electric tractors. And the second part I wanted to ask you also is, normally what happens in all these technologies is there is a certain period before which your products are actually comparable to existing products in the market. If you look at electric cars, you look at a lot of, even if you look at power, whether it was solar, etc., right? I mean, there was a lot of time before it became commercially viable and a lot of time before the performance was considered equivalent to the existing products, right? So in your case, in terms of the tractors, etc., how do you see this evolving? Do you see this still as there's some time to go up the curve? And also in an environment like India, right? Do you see autonomous electric tractors replacing the regular tractors, or do you see this for more niche applications or more within geo-fenced specific locations in factories and
First of all, thank
airports,
you for inviting me here. I'm probably the youngest panel member here. I'm 28, and lots to learn from all the fellow panel members. Thanks for Havells and ITP for organizing this and getting this together. Probably this is the first Industry 5.0, one of the first events that we're having. Coming back to your question, basically we are manufacturing an electric and self-driving tractor. We are one of the first in India, and basically the idea behind why we came up with this idea, why not make a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler electric white tractor, is because the farming as a background, farming as a community, the activities that they do on the farm are very redundant and they have a lot of health hazards. That's what we came across. We realize that people are everywhere in India, that's what we say. But skilled labor, especially in rural scenario, is getting rarer and rarer. People are moving from rural scenario to urban areas for comfortable job. So the younger generation is no more there to actually get the physical activities done. So that's where the automation came in. The idea of making tractors autonomous was something originated from there. I come from a farming background. My grandparents are farmers, so I've seen farming very closely, right from the days when we had ox to get the job done to now tractors. So tractors, did some farm mechanization. They played a critical role. But in India, as we know, most of the farmers own less than 5 acres of farmland. For them, owning a normal tractor also, which is hardly 5 or 6 lakh rupees, doesn't make sense because they cannot make the money back as probably a European farmer or a US farmer will do. So in India, basically, we are focusing more on, with our electric tractors, more on community farming. We don't expect each and every farmer to own this machine. There are few select farmers in a particular village who will own probably a fleet of tractors and they'll do it as a service. So when we talk about Industry 5.0 also, that's very critical point over this. When you talk about sustainability in that, most of the cars that we sell, 95% of the car's life, it's sitting idle. It's parked. You can imagine that's such a waste of resource. We have to focus more on getting these machines, these products that we are actually launching into more serviceable or shared economy rather than just one person owning it. That's what we are trying to do with the tractor, and that's where the price competition is none of our concern, because even though our tractors are probably 80% more expensive than the traditional machines that are available, but they recover the money fast because they are being utilized by more number of people in a limited area, and we can actually take care of the servicing and take care of the entire efficiency of agriculture, precision agriculture that we talk about, all of that in a very focused way. And that's what I would answer for my question. Yeah.
Right, so that's good. I'll come back to you on the tractors and various business models which you would be looking at a little later. But Praveen, if I were to now come back to you again and look at within your company, the kind of investments that you are making, and also in terms of you have some new plants coming up, and there'll be existing plants as well. So how do you see the difference between both of these in terms of whether it's the productivity, whether it's the investments which are being made, or what's the overall management perspective in terms of investing in state-of-the-art manufacturing systems, in more automation, in more, let's say, less judgment and people dependent to a large extent, and more and usage of artificial intelligence and machine learning, etc., in the new areas that you're talking about. So how do you look at that from a management perspective? And what are the benefits that if you have already achieved, both from a data side or from other learnings that you could incorporate?
So we started investing more in the modern plants about 5 years back. We wanted our industry is discrete manufacturing. We don't have a line manufacturing where you need lesser skills. In our discrete manufacturing, you need much more skilled labor than you would perhaps need in a line manufacturing. And the availability of the skills and dependence on the skills was one of the factors which was driving our costs up, and which was also creating limitations in terms of the output that we can produce. So the new plants we started putting, we put a plant in Shirwal, which is capable of manufacturing supercritical boilers, high pressure boilers. So we went in for a lot of automation. For the same output as compared to the earlier plant, we need about 1/3 the manpower. The automation that we did helped us to, one, do more output in the less number of people. Number two, the quality is much more consistent. We are not dependent on the judgment of a person or an individual or an expert welder or an expert fitter to get the output that we want. We have been able to improve the quality a lot. And then we put recently a plant for manufacturing of absorption chillers. There we have gone for much more automation and robotic welding, which is something new in our industry. It may have been because our industry is regulated industry. Indian boiler regulation and other regulations drive our what activities we do. So we went for robotic welding, we went for interconnection of the complete line, and for a discrete manufacturing also we tried to create like an automobile line where we can have machines, the product moving from one station to the other. So our experience in investing in these automated factories has been very good. We have been able to improve our quality, improve our throughput, and therefore in the newer plants that are coming, we are giving a lot of importance, lot of emphasis on increasing automation, increasing interconnecting between the machines, and interconnecting and connecting the entire set of machines to market through our ERP systems, so that we are able to manufacture flexibly, because our products being custom made products, they work on piece by piece variations. They are not standard products. So we have been able to therefore address the customer variations a lot. And our view therefore is the more investment that goes into newer plants is the payback is much faster. So no harm in investing these higher amounts. And we have seen therefore the results are very good for us.
So if I were to ask you again, from a lot of investments which go into these plants, right? Some of them are for new plants, as we discussed earlier. A lot of them may be retrofitting existing plants. Yeah. So how do you see the split today in your business? Do you see a lot of interest coming from retrofitting and getting up to speed or catching up on technology? Do you see that happening quite a bit, or the existing ones stay as it is and a lot of business is actually from the newer plants that's there and the newer investments which are coming up?
No, actually, I would rather differ on that. That people are thinking in terms of retrofitting and upgradation, and we are also helping them. This was the mission, with which we started. So, like we started in 2011, and that time the CO2 lasers were more popular, but they were taking a lot of electricity. The efficiency was almost 5 to 7% of the machines. And during that time, the fiber lasers were getting popular among European countries. So that's where the thought came in that we should introduce this kind of technology in India, and the efficiency of those machines were 40% compared to 5 to 7%. So that's where we took this mission that, okay, we will bring this kind of new technology to India, wherein we can save a lot of power. So the earlier machine which was consuming say 100 kilowatt of power now is working on 25 to 30 kilowatt of power only. So we are saving 70 kilowatt of power, number one. Number two, the newer machines or the newer technology was much more faster, almost 2 to 3 times faster in production. So say you are producing 100-ton material in a month, now you can produce 200 to 300 ton material in a month within the same power, within the same time. So that was the second challenge. So we came up with this technology and we got huge success. But the older companies or the conventional companies using the conventional CO2 technologies, they were very much reluctant to scrap the old machines because those machines were 2 crore or 3 crore. So it was in India we always say कि वो एक कनेक्शन रहता है कहने की कि यार मैंने इतना महंगा मशीन लिया मेरे डैडी ने लिया या हाउ कैन आई स्क्रैप इट. So that's where we came up with an idea of exchanging or buying back, that you give us your old machine, we will buy it, we will make either a retrofit or something, and you can have a new technology machine. So that's where we started this drive and we got huge success in that particular drive. So there we are helping the industry wherein they can upgrade themselves to the newer technologies and they can get some exchange value also for their old technology and improve their productivity and efficiency. So that's one approach. And the newer technology which we are offering or which we are coming up, those are like related to as you know industry 5.0, that it should be sustainable. So there the efficiency of machines are much more and it's a kind of green technology we say. Same happened in case of a very common example, I would say jeans like denim. So earlier people used to have stone wash or the chemical effect for fading of the jeans, or there are some patches on the jeans on the denim which youth are wearing. So we introduced lasers there also. So rather than using chemicals or those stone wash, you can use lasers to give that fading effect, and it's more environment friendly, and there is no pollution and there is no wastage of water or chemicals. So that's where we are helping to upgrade to this kind of new technology. The same happened with the cleaning of the rust, or cleaning of the black scaling, or cleaning of oil from the metal surface. So earlier there were blasting or chemical etching kind of process were used. Now we have introduced laser cleaning machine. So it will use very less power, only a bit of electricity, and there is no chemical or there is no water involved here. So it's a very clean process. So these kind of technology upgradation we are offering to the industry, wherein they can reduce their carbon emissions, they can have a greener technology, and they can upgrade themselves.
Okay, all right. So Ravi, if I were to come to you, see, there were, when Industry 4.0 also started, various end-use industries were in different stages of adoption across the curve. I mean, obviously, even when IIoT started, typically it was initially started by or used more by the process industries. Then automotive is one of the leading industries which get into a lot of these technologies as well. Since you supply to a lot of these industries, etc., so where do you see the adoption increasing, and where do you think there's a lot of potential, but the adoption still has a long way to go, but it could or happen in the near future, more or less copying the global trends in that fashion? How do you see the industry evolution?
So we supply to very small people like who has one machine and sold everything, his wife's jewelry to buy the machine, to people who are the Tatas of the world. So you see a different flavor of people. The challenge in our country is going to be this, that we still have people in, as you said, 3.0, 3.10, 3.20 to 4, and somebody who is already in 5. Right? So there's a whole spectrum of people who are there, and the good part that we are seeing now is people have started believing that this gives you benefit. As Indians, we did a lot of dipstick. Everybody did try it out. But I can now tell that there are solutions. Today morning itself, I was in a discussion before coming here. Thanks, I could close 2 orders of, proving to them that the ROI is less than a year, right? And it's possible because more than the financial part, a couple of other things that's getting added is, as somebody said, skill. The required skill is not available. The way things are changing drastically, people are still not able to adapt to those changes from a human perspective. A lot of training, a lot of attitudinal change has to happen. So people are feeling that can the whole concept of digitization and automation help with us. Now, coming to sustainability, it is not only on digitization. I mean, an example that I can give is we are moving away from, he said green, the thing is moving away from casting. A machine uses a lot of casting. So how do you remove using of new pig iron in each casting, reduce a percentage, and use scrap to increase the formation of a casting, a structure, so to call. In doing that, we came across a composite that we ourselves developed using the carbon ash, using the sand which gets burnt in the foundries, etc., and all the waste. Now, within our company, it's actually a closed loop. We have our foundry, but we are paying to dispose of the sand. We were paying off to control the ash and dispose of. We are using that to make structures now, and actually it is dampening the vibration 10 times faster than a conventional thing. So you can use this. Actually, this is what also is a form of Industry 5.0. We shouldn't only relate that to automation, digitization, connected, etc., but there are a lot of other things that within. I'll just give another example to your earlier question also. We also have to, like Amit said, we have to practice ourselves. So the new factory that we're building within the same area that we were thinking about, we can do 3 times productivity. This, the biggest, we set benchmarks to be the biggest in the world in each of the things. So the shed, one of the biggest shed in the world today in machine tools is 180,000 square feet. We said, no, we want to be 20,000 square feet. Now, when you have one building of such big things, a lot of sustainability things comes into the picture. We're moving from, as Praveen said, we make big machines, but how do you move from to make it in the line like an automobile? And we're doing that for the first time. Our machines will be made in a conveyorized environment. And there are many challenges to that on technology to do that. But to answer your question, I think people are changing now. People are changing dramatically. We shouldn't take out MSMEs out of the equation. They're much more innovative, and bringing those solutions which would have costed 1 crore to 50 lakhs by adding to their own knowledge to the whole thing, and people are adopting it very fast. Once the 5G comes in our field, we see that we can still use a lot of things as connected, autonomous, and make those factories, they don't have to get connected outside, but independent factories as an isolated smart factories. People are seeing benefit in not only on the productivity, but like yesterday somebody said, they are finding, the CHRO said that they're finding much more happier people. What we are doing in our factory is, when it goes in a conveyor, you want all the employees to be on time and then only get started. And we've taken a challenge that in Hosu, slightly inside, we're going to have about 30% of women assembling machines, again, first time probably in Asia, such big machines. Now, there's a safety issue to that. So once we have buses, once you pick up that employee, we are seeing that they log into our system, which we call as Iris, when they enter the bus. So the production guy gets, my skilled employee is coming. So 30 minutes of travel, he has organized his conveyor that somebody is not coming, he knows, and he can put an alternate person. So that is conveyor line. From a CHRO perspective, the HR guy gets a safety. Okay, She has taken the bus, she's coming from the time perspective. So you can converge many processes within using this. So these are things that people are taking it forward. Earlier it was in silos, become smarter. Now I think it's much cheaper if you break the silos and combine, because what you were doing in machine shop, many other people are also taking advantage of that. And that's what the difference I'm seeing.
So on a related note, Amit, we were talking earlier and you mentioned that the factory that you have has very less number of employees, right? Especially lesser if you compare it vis-a-vis the R&D setup that you have here. So also taking on from what you all said earlier, a lot of this is also about the movement of people, not necessarily removal of people, but movement of people from lower skill to higher skilled and higher value jobs, right? So, and in terms of the productivity, in terms of what your factory in India is vis-a-vis what your global factories, etc. Do you see the same kind of investments? Do you see it slightly different? Do you see some kind of a localization or an Indianization needed for modernizing the factory here? And how do you see this impacting the people aspect?
Yeah, again, interesting question. See, we had a factory in before 2019, which had half the capacity and 3 times the number of employees, exactly like you mentioned. And now we have an automated factory. So elevator is generally a job production, but we've got an automated line. We've got CNC machines to reduce wastage, have lesser impact on the environment. So that's one part, sustainability, like I mentioned, is important. But it's completely automated in the sense that automation also gives quality. And it's not necessarily reducing the manpower in one way, because that manpower which we had, the skill, we moved them to technology centers and other places. So we've not let them go, right, because they're experts in their fields. So we moved them elsewhere. But then innovation becomes very important. And I think the two things that India is very good at is we are very good innovators and very good followers. So we don't necessarily, we adapt to certain things first, but many things we just follow. So if one person is successful, one thing is successful, we all try and follow that, right? So it looks like sustainability, industry 5.0 is going to be successful. So we are all following that. And we'll do it very, very quickly. That's why I said, even the carbon neutrality of 2070 will probably be brought forward. So even in our factory, when we looked at it and we started talking about innovation and we started talking about automating the factory, we thought one thing we have to actually remove is we need to have innovation, we need to have machines, we need to learn from all the companies globally on what's happening. So we actually looked at the auto footprint. So we visited some highly automated automotive factory to make it like that. And today our factory is like that. It's like an automotive factory where the final component just goes out and it's all, it's all done. Even the paint facility is very automated. So we save a lot of paint, which means there is less wastage. And that little bit of paint that comes out which is wasted goes into the toy industry. So there's 100% utilization. So we've tried to do that. But more importantly, I think we've tried to continue to innovate to make it more automated, artificial intelligence built in, CNC machines built in. From a people perspective, it was very important to train the existing employees who were moving to the new factory, and all of them were. They all 100% said, we'll skill ourselves. So we kept them. Some who were kind of, the thought process was not matching there, we moved them into some other roles which are there. But a lot of these exchanges and rotation happen within our company, not only within India, but also globally. So within our company, we've got a technology center, which has now got more people than the factory. It should be the other way around, but technology is innovating. A lot of people moved there. They know the factory background, what is to be done. They started automating a lot of things and technology and an elevator perspective, because the factory guys know more about the elevators than the technology guys. They've always been working on software and other things. The technology guys know more about automation than the factory. So it was a good combination and a mix. And I think that played really well. And globally also, we kind of say inclusiveness, one world now. So we've kind of learned a lot of things. We actually, and we're very proud of the fact that from India, we're also telling them or sharing our successes, which they are now adopting there, because they've seen what success is there. So I can say in an elevator industry, the largest elevator industry, for example, is in China, which is Kone. But the most automated elevator industry is perhaps in India. which is in Chennai, in the world, from the whole perspective. So I think that Indian mindset, the Indian, we're generally very sharp and innovative as well. So that has helped us to do a lot of things which will probably help the global world in some way.
Right. So again, Kaustav, you are at the cusp of all the things which are happening, right? Whether it's mobility, whether it's autonomous technologies, and of course, Industry X.0 as well. So this also calls not just for the product and for you as a company, but also for the entire ecosystem to fit in. So where many automotive companies are looking at various mobility models, whether it's subscription, whether it is a lot of other areas where the entire footprint also is reduced, but at the same time there's more usage of the vehicles, which, as you also mentioned, are assets which are half the time just lying in storage, right? So where do you see these as different business models, whether it's in terms of community farming, whether it's in terms of even the earlier hiring, renting, etc., or subscriptions, etc.? So what are some of the business models which you would want to look at? And in your case, it will also become more important because sometimes to take away from the initial first cost, you'll have to talk about total cost of ownership for sure, but also about various business models which reduce their either upfront costs, or in terms of you start transferring it from a lump sum cost to a activity based costing for them, right? So in that sense, which are some of the business models that you would be looking at?
So first of all, I think COVID has helped a lot of people upskill. People are sitting at home, most of the jobs that were expected to be done on the side were stopped completely, so they had to upskill themselves, and that actually happened in farming sector as well. I mean, a lot of people realized that they cannot access the labor anymore, and they had to look at automating some of the activities. So I come across farmers actually who tell me that they show me their hands and they were black and blue, and they say that why didn't you invent this maybe 2 years back when I were affected by the pesticides that he was spraying continuously on the farm. So basically, these models we are talking about, we are experimenting. A lot of companies like Ola and Uber are already there. I think before COVID, people used to not rely on ordering online. Now everybody is like dependent on it literally. So these are changing by times, and people have realized that we have to go for smarter jobs, not the riskier jobs which were involving a lot of labor, touching hot objects literally by their own hand. So in our case, when it comes to automation and as a vehicle per se, we are looking at combining the software and the hardware and marrying it in such a way that people understand and people find it easy to use. And as far as farmers are concerned, they are perceived to be not literate, or they don't understand how to operate phones. But now everybody has WhatsApp, everybody is on Instagram and all. Especially the younger generation, the millennial, and I would speak about millennial and Gen Z crowd. They are also looking for such solutions in which they can contribute creatively. No more the redundant things they are thinking about. They are talking about more creative stuff, and which is where I believe all these models of shared mobility and app-based systems will definitely be successful. Starting from farming, because I'm coming from that sector, but it will extend to different other sectors as well, faster than what we can imagine.
Great. So what I'll do now is maybe I'll just go around the table just for one question, which is because we're almost towards the end of the time. So what I wanted to ask also is, today we are talking a lot about the world being in or getting to a slightly recessionary environment, both because of whether it's the geopolitical situation or whether it's now you see a lot of banking crisis as well, which is happening again, or whether it is in general post-COVID, etc., the spending power of people and so on and so forth, which led to a lot of layoffs as well, including the tech titans for that matter, right? So what do you see this as? Do you see companies now conserving cash and primarily trying to exploit, or let's say sweat the assets which are already existing with them? Or do you see them as trying to take advantage of this and therefore slowly and steadily increasing investments so that once this wave comes back, they are the ones who emerge victorious? So how do you see this trend shaping up in India?
See, as we are seeing that there is a recession coming up. That's what everyone is talking about. But that recession will be with a small r. So that it will not be that kind of 1980s or 2008. It will be a small recession. But yeah, people or the companies, they are saving their resources so that once it is over or once everything is stable. Because we have seen a lot of things like recently SVB crisis, or before that Russia-Ukraine war, everything is going up, and yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty in the market. So people are conserving their resources so that once it gets stable, as per my view, they will come up again with more strength. And the same thing, we are also implementing in our new customer experience center, which we are opening in Pune. So we are opening a training center for operators or for the ITI's diploma people. So we aim to train 1,000 people every year, wherein they can learn machine operation and machine servicing, everything. And we are seeing a lot of demand coming up for these kind of operations, for these kind of vacancies. So even from Middle East, even from Europe, people are asking, once it starts, like they are ready to work with us, and we have spoken with government officials also. So we are seeing a lot of growth, a lot of hope, but yeah, people are reluctant right now, and they are laying off. There is massive layoff going on at various levels, but with that, I think people are getting more skilled also, people are getting more training also, and they are updating themselves. So there will be a temporary recession, no, not I will say a full time recession, but this will not last long. And yeah, once you are stable, then it will again grow.
Praveen, your view on the same as well, considering especially the Indian environment, and also the question would have been different if the panel sitting here had significant amount of exports. Right? Then you would already have been significantly impacted by what has been going on over the past 1 year, especially in Europe. But fortunately for all of us, most of the business that everyone here has is domestic, and maybe also the exports are to some of these other Southeast Asian countries and Middle East, etc., which have been less impacted as a result of the geopolitical crisis and what's happening right now. But again, coming back to the same question, how do you see this? Do you see people conserving, or do you see people slowly and steadily spending?
So we serve mostly customers who are in infrastructure, long gestation period projects such as cement, steel, power, refining, food, beverages. Most of these projects come up because the customers are already at 80 to 90% of their installed capacity, and they can't serve anymore. And a plant they have to put up will take 12 to 14 months to come online. So therefore, they are actually building plants for future demand, not the current demand. And we are seeing our inquiry pipeline currently is quite healthy. We are seeing it stagnating a little bit, but not going down. Which means everybody is anticipating that the demand in 2 years, 1.5 to 2 years is going to be quite good. And therefore, we are seeing a lot of people going ahead with the investment. We have not seen people holding back in the investment so far. Though the new inquiries have not been as aggressive as they were 1 year back, but we still have good visibility to say that the environment is stable, it's not going down. That's what we see from our point of view.
And Amit, you have the best of both worlds to understand, because you have a company which is also headquartered in Europe, for that matter. So how do you see this from the headquarter perspective? Are they willing to invest now? Is the tendency changing more towards now let's invest in some of these emerging countries, etc., and stop production, or rather reduce production in the Western world? Is that happening because the domestic market there itself has shrunk to some extent? Or are you seeing this more in terms of this is all going to pass soon, and therefore let's continue with what's happening? Because infrastructure is certainly booming in Asia, it's certainly booming in China, it's booming in some of these areas back again. So how do you see this happening? And that has a direct correlation on your products and industry.
So I think I'll probably be speaking a bit like Mr. Modi. I think it is India's moment. There is no doubt about it, because when you look at IT, for instance, that's a different ballgame, because you've got IT which is globally linked. So that's why the impact is here, whether it's Amazon or. But when you look at the industrial sector, I agree, everybody's investing. And when you look at globally, Europe's down because of the Ukraine war, recession. America is impacted also because of that and other reasons. China is also impacted. But what's growing is India and Middle East. And Southeast Asia is not doing too badly. So I think your magazine probably prints that. But India, if you look at it, most sectors are actually on the uptrend. So So our economy is still 6 to 8% GDP, while there is a recession elsewhere because we've got such a big consumption economy. Second thing is there is so much of investment which is done by the government, not only this one, even previously, in the last 15 years on infrastructure, that you got the benefits then and you're now getting the benefits as well. For example, SEZ started, commercial projects started, COVID was hit, demonetization happened, COVID came, it all went down, RERA was there, it all kept, and now everything is sorted. So there's GST sorted, COVID I hope will not return. From an Indian perspective, demonetization is sorted, so that's all history. And therefore you see things picking up in that segment. Steel is finding it a little hard to get steel at the right price as well, so that means the demand is still very high. And our customers are coming. Okay, what's happening is people are still trying to conserve cash because of a perception. There was a perception also caused our stock market to come down. But then again it's picked up, and then there are, if this would have happened elsewhere in the world, it would have crashed. But here it didn't. We're still floating around and now picking up again. So I think globally there will be a lot of issues for some time. It will have a little bit impact on India, in some segments more, in some segments nil. In some it might also have a positive impact because a lot of investment which had to go elsewhere will come here. Perhaps to China will start coming, and we can see that through Invest India, more investment is coming into India suddenly. So while we applaud for Invest India, but it is also because a lot of people are not going to China. So I think India will probably do very well. Being India, there will be blips of course, but the trajectory will always be up in the next few years at least. That's my view.
All right. So on the same note, Ravi, do you also see this in the same light as they do? And also, he just mentioned about the China plus one strategy as well. Do you think there are significant benefits that this industry is able to generate as a result of that?
So I'm very optimistic, and just to add, certain numbers to that. But before that, one big difference we're seeing is the way entrepreneurs, the way companies are looking at it. We are all most of us are in the capital goods. So this is a best indicator because nobody would put in, infrastructure if he's not very sure, because the whole gestation period is 2 years. Earlier, people would wait, watch. I'm talking about the Indian thing. And then when things start moving up, they start thinking about investment, and by the time the peak comes in, they're still lagging behind with the capacity. This time we are not seeing that, and people are investing. I would say 8 to 10% of the people that I have met would talk about this word "are." I have not heard in the last 2 years, 2 days I met 8 of my customers, none of them spoke about it. People are ready to invest because they now realize that they have to put capacity ahead of demand. And everybody is doing that. We are seeing a growth of 40%. Never a capital good industry would see that continuous for 2 years. It's never happened. I mean, for us, who've been in this profession for 30 years, would find it very amazing that what's happening in India. So it's not only the talk that's happening in the political circle, but personally I have seen this happening. Look at all of us, probably except for my colleague at the left, we would have spent last 20 years in our professional life, 20, 30 years. In this 20, 25 years, we've grown 10 times, right? From a 300 billion to a 3.7 trillion, when we had demographic disadvantage. At a time, we had no forex. We were almost bankrupt as a country. We were not respected. We had nothing, right? But if you put the numbers, we grew 10 times. And should we be happy? Yeah, we should be enjoying actually. Do you think that with all the advantages we have today, we will not be growing 10 times in say 15 years? Very conservatively 20 years? And if you put that numbers, all of us, if we don't grow, it's just not going to happen. That's one point. Second, China plus one, you said, in the present reports say that about 14% of what's going to move out of China will come to India. And that's pretty significant number if you look at that conventional mindset that we as Indians had to add on incremental capacities, which is not happening. For example, we are also a 60-year-old company, but this time when we plan to invest, we are investing to put in a capacity which is 3 times of what we are today, which will end up after 1.5 years, but will be 3 times of the capacity. We said, okay, let's look at the opportunity point instead of taking the. So the risk, looking at a risk, the view has, the way people are looking has changed. People are, I would say that people are not conserving cash, but are trying to make much better use of the space, as you said, trying to sweat out every possible thing. So people are looking at those things. Okay, I'm ready to put in 1 crore, which show me that what is the benefit I'm going to get. So the constraint of not spending is not going to happen, but the pressure to prove that it justifies that investment is going to increase further. It's actually a dream couple of years for people. So who have been in that dream, I would say that people would look at next 20 years when we put a report for this capital goods industry for 2047, when the government asked us to work through CII. Our numbers were 37 trillion. When we built it grounds up, we chopped, removed, did everything. Even then it came to 32 trillion. So even if it is 30 trillion, I think we'll all have to sweat to get to that number. It's not going to be easy. That's my feeling.
Right. So I agree with you on that part. One is, I think the mentality has also changed to a large extent, right? I mean, earlier we were always growing in small pieces, incremental pieces in terms of capacity building, etc. Because for everything you wanted to look at the shortest payback period and so on and so forth. Today you're looking at much larger factories and also a lot of policies, whether it's PLI, whether it's some of the other incentives being given. All of these are actually promoting larger scale factories where you can have both economies of scale, you can have better digitalization, you can have a better ecosystem develop around you as well in terms of the tier 2 and tier 3 and so on, right? So that's definitely coming in there. But at the same time, there's a lot of focus also that this should not be at the expense of the environment. As was to what used to happen in the industrial clusters earlier, whether it was in Gujarat, whether it was in Hyderabad, etc. Many of these things are now no longer acceptable. So there's a lot more from the regulatory standpoint as well, correct? And you mentioned earlier about capacity being put ahead of demand. So I think from your industry, for sure, that would have been the perception earlier, because if we talk about how autonomous electric tractors are going to grow, or how you see them growing vis-a-vis, especially because of the initial difference. End of the day, the farmer is not going to get a better price for his produce because he has paid for electricity, or he has used a better fertilizer or a natural or organic fertilizer, or because he has used an electric tractor, right? End of the day, for him, it's all about what makes the most sense and what's more productive for him, correct? But at the same time, you've been selling quite a bit today. And so how do you see this, and in the specific case only of electric tractors, how do you see the growth happening in India? How much, let's say from a market insight perspective, do you see this growth happening and maybe cannibalizing or overtaking the traditional tractors? Because a lot, when you say electric, everyone talks about cars, everyone talks about two-wheelers. Trucks, of course, are still quite some time away. No one really talks about tractors from the government perspective or from the planning body perspective. But what would be your view on this? How do you see this happening?
So talking about electric vehicles as a whole, I mean, if you see three-wheelers, now we're already 30% of them already electric. Reason being, they're commercially used. Two-wheelers are struggling because they are, a private vehicle and it takes time. So same goes with the tractor. Tractor is a commercial product. So the reactions of the government, especially with terms of farmers, is already very sensitive topic to start. So if you bring out this product in the market, once we have certain customers using it, the government will certainly back us. Talking about how the overall market in terms of investment wise also is concerned. Before COVID, actually we were, to be frank, very much struggling to secure funding as a startup. But as soon as COVID happened, things changed. The so-called word unicorn, it's a mythical word, inflated valuations, all that now is collapsing. People, there was this interesting article that I read about. There was unicorn versus cockroach startups. Cockroach means that it can survive anywhere, and most of the MSMEs in the Indian ecosystem are those cockroach companies which can survive any kind of environment that COVID, for example, was, and like right now we're talking about recession. So I think things that are real will survive, and be it a technological change, it will survive once the customers are accepting it, and they have to accept because of the fact.
Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of this session. So thank you very much for all your time and sharing your thoughts and insights on this topic. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I think I'll be audible. I think as leaders there, what is that we're doing to attract the young talent to come to manufacturing as a profession? Because we see a lot of people moving out from manufacturing. So, and talent is really, a big challenge that we see. How as leaders, you are making an impact to make people who are the young pass out, the young engineers, to come to the manufacturing? How are you going to make it so interesting as a manufacturing as an industry to attract talent? Doesn't come by 5.0, but I think from a people point standpoint.
Like that, if you see at lasers, like, so we are opening a laser gurukul that will be India's like first laser gurukul, first of its own training center. And when,
Yeah, go ahead.
so this will be the first of its own kind of training center wherein we will be educating the pass outs, the college ITIs, diplomas, like all these people, that within 1 month they can learn the machine, the newer technology, and it's not only the machine but the software part as well. And then we are also giving them, offering them placement assistance, that anybody who is learning this 1 month course will be able to place to any company. Kone is using lot of machines, Tarmac is maybe using lot of machines, and everybody needs skilled manpower. So there we are trying to educate them, trying to support them, so that once they are trained, within 30 days they can get a placement. So that's a good attraction, that 30 days course and then you get a 35,000 rupees of job. Or if the person is very much capable, they can go to any multinational companies as a service engineer. Or if they are more capable financially, then they can be an entrepreneur also. They can buy the machine, they can open their own job shop, they can open their own company. So that way we are trying to help them, we are trying to attract them in our perspective.
I just want to take 2 cents from Amit and Ravi, especially being there into the hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things is that what are the youngsters today looking for? They want to work in an environment which is very nice, have a cafe downstairs, a clean environment, get into
I just
IT.
want everybody in the manufacturing to listen, yeah? People who are watching us outside as well.
So that's what you would actually, anybody who's doing engineering today, why did IT take off? Not only because it was a good career choice, because it looked like a very flamboyant choice, for engineers to move into. So everybody started saying, I'll get into computer science. Because you have a nicer environment. In manufacturing, you're working 100 kilometers from the main place, and the environment is dull. You don't have machines, you're looking at machines. So what we are doing now and what's happening now, and I think in most of the places that we spoke about, manufacturing factories are not the same anymore. There's so much of automation that you're actually looking at a very nice looking place. Many factories I've seen, some have lakes also, surroundings. Many have near the cafes. They build their own cafes, own buildings. If they've got their canteens. In our factory, we've got places where you can sit down, it's like a coffee place. And even in the offices, most of our offices are like that now. So we're actually catering to what is the younger folks looking at. And today, we're all talking about people can work from home, people can work from office, people can work from the factory. Factory guys have to go to the factory. So are we giving them a very comfortable environment? They're not sweating anymore, right? When you come into the factory, it's as clean, as good as perhaps this room here. So they're almost in an air conditioning environment or a very cooled environment. So these are the things we need to look at. Secondly, of course, there was a reason why even the women force are not coming into the factory because of some of these reasons, very difficult to get to, etc. So that we have to ensure we make it comfortable. We make it a very nice environment to work for. We have cafes, we have, various canteens, etc., etc. So providing the facilities, which means two things. Well-being of the people is becoming extremely important, and inclusiveness not only in terms of diversity, but also if a person moves from a technology center which is in the city to a factory, he says, yeah, it's the same environment or even better environment. So manufacturing has become like that today, and more so. The newer factories are like that.
Actually, that's the most important challenge that's happening now, but very interesting. I think I'll answer it in a couple of things. I also represent the machine tool industry, so I'll speak what we did. As an association, we have a training center. We are going to colleges, getting in people and preparing them to be ready for the industry. And all of us as members, we have contributed to set up that infrastructure, given our machines, somebody who is in the controls, he has given the controllers and things like that. So we have invested to see that we get in youngsters to get trained on that. That's what we have done as industry. And I think every industry will have to do that. As society, probably all of us will have to spend more time, as Amit said, talking to colleges, speaking, preparing them. In a much earlier stage, we said, can we do as another forum we have started where we're talking to further professors and teachers to change their mindset. Then we're talking to students of 9th and 10th class, not 11th and 12th, or the engineering, to change the mindset of them. Third is trying to encourage to bring as many people to the shop floor. As Amit said, I think the whole notion when we went, it was very surprising. No, I don't want to work in a dirty, smelly place. That's how we all started our careers, grease smell and things like that. When you bring and tell, we have said that what we make is we didn't say CNC machines, we said computer numerical control machines. We said that in 88, shop floors had computers. In offices, we got computers in 94. That's the first one I got, right? So these are computers that's a real office. This is not an artificial office. So don't think that it is lagging behind. Come and see. Once they feel robots running, and at least 15-20% of the students have started changing their mind. And that has to continue. It's a journey. If you don't do that, it's not going to automatically happen. Otherwise, we'll get that someday IT is not doing well. Some people will come, but then again, they'll go back. It's not sustainable.
Good morning, and thank you for a very enlightening discussion. My question is on the comment what Mr. Ravi made, that whatever this manufacturing which is going out of China is 14%, you mentioned the point. But looking at our size of country, infrastructure and the future outlook, we cannot be happy with 14%. So why it is not more, and what is that gap? Why can't it be 40% or 35%?
Yeah.
So
I was also surprised when I read that report because there were two countries above us, and Vietnam was also above us. So, but I think when I discussed that report with some of my colleagues, it came out that probably the confidence building has still to happen. Although a lot of policy changes have happened, many of the countries have still not been able to understand that they're still in that world. But if you do the same survey, probably after a year, things may be different. So that's why my confidence is that it may actually be 24%, not 14%. So we should be prepared for that, not thinking about 14% and do that. Probably that's how many of Indians have still got convinced that all the changes we had done, whichever government, irrespective of whatever it is, of course, a lot has happened in the last 5, 6, 7 years. But how many of us have got convinced fully that if we are not convinced, how can an outsider get convinced? But this 14 will definitely go. It's a discouraging number for me as well.
So if I may just add on to this, there are two things for it, right? One is the factor conditions also. So many of these manufacturing which was moving there were also in terms of electronics, in terms of chips, in terms of those areas where they have a better competence and where they have been doing it earlier. Today, most of the TVs you purchase, whichever brand, the panels come from there. Right? It doesn't matter, you buy a Sony, Samsung, LG, they're all manufactured over there. So some of those was different. Now India is looking at having these manufacturing, whether it's semiconductor manufacturing or panel manufacturing, etc. Some of the largest names are setting up facilities in India for that as well. So that's been there. Previously also the entire automotive industry went through the semiconductor crisis. We did not have anything of our own at that point. So there's also self-sufficiency and also from supplying to the world. Both these actions are coming up. But the second most important part also is, like he mentioned, it's this confidence building measures which are needed, which is in terms of our ease to conduct business. We've been moving up and down. We keep saying we moved up, but it's a few points. It's not still to the top of the league. So there are still, while the government has been trying, successive governments have always been trying to make it easier, There is still a long way to go, whether in terms of state clearances, municipality clearances, land acquisitions, a lot of challenges which still are there. But we are confident, of course, that the current government also is focusing a lot on these areas, and a lot more will be done over the next few years, and this should certainly improve. But yeah, 14%, 20% is not where we want to be as a country, for sure.
Thank you, Jeffrey, for that wonderful moderation of this panel, and thank you all the panel members for giving your insights. It was very interesting. May I request Mr. Vibhor Srivastava and Partha Karmakar to be on stage to felicitate our panel members. Now we have a partner presentation, which is presented by Mr. Abhinav Vishisht, who is the National Head Industrial Segment, Havells India.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm more than grateful standing here, welcoming you all for this event. I would like to thank ITP Media, Vibhor, for arranging this platform. And I would like to thank you all for sparing this time that you have given to us to showcase our product portfolio and to talk about evolving lighting solutions for smart manufacturing. I think that after the completion of this presentation, you will feel more enriched about the upcoming lighting trends and the new technologies that are coming up. I'll give you a small introduction about the company I'm coming from. So Havells India Limited is a leading FMEG company with 14,000 crores of turnover and a market capitalization of 98,000 crores. We have 13 plus manufacturing plants which are there, keeping the Make in India approach for each and every product category that we have. We have 19 plus product categories, 43 plus branch offices in every state, in every region and part of India. We have 6,000 employees working under this brand, 550 Galaxy showrooms that we have, exclusive showrooms. We have 8,000 dealers across India along with 63,000 retailers. So that is the beef that we have. Apart from that, each branch has its own service center. So we are talking about 1,500 personals who are giving services, catering to the requirements and complaints of the people who are there, who are our customers. This is our plant that we have in Nimrana. I am from lighting, so this is about the lighting plant I am talking about. It's a state-of-the-art automated plant that we have in Nimrana, Rajasthan. And we have a good powder coating facility as well, which is again a state-of-the-art one. Keeping in mind the people who are working there, it is fully automated without any manual intervention. We have come a long way when it comes to the conventional lighting that we used to have like 10, 12 years back. We changed it to LEDs. We contributed to the environment when it comes to the overall consumption, and we brought it down to 50% of the consumption that we used to have 10, 12 years back. And then we gradually move towards automation of it. Of course, I would say that lighting is one of the relevant but small part of it, which is still lagging behind the other automated systems. So Industrial 4.0 is the term that we used to talk about. Now, by the time we were coping up with Industrial 4.0, and in India, lighting is still at 5 to 8% of automation, a new term cropped up, that is Industrial 5.0, which is more about human centricity, socio-economic, socio-environment, sustainability and resilience. As such, when it comes to our company and as it comes to our product, as Havells, we thought that we should start working on Industrial 5.0 2 or 3 years back. And we started making those products which are actually designed around the human resource, the biggest asset of the organization. That is we. We are working under a factory and we have so many workers and working under the lighting that we have. So we started designing the products around visual performance, visual comfort and visual environment. So there are two things that we generally talk about. One is the lux levels and one is the uniformity till the time. But there are many other terms that has to be talked about. We are talking about light intensity, we are talking about color rendering index, we are talking about shadiness, we are talking about glare that comes out of the lights. These terms look quite alien to us, but these are actually a part of the lighting system we generally do in our factories and manufacturing systems. So we thought that why not to use the industrial protocol which is already there in the manufacturing plant. We talked about health, we started designing a product around safety, and we started designing a product keeping in mind the environmental aspect of it as well. So when it comes to health, how we can contribute to the well-being of the people who are working under those lights. So till day, we are only talking about uniformity and right amount of light. We never talked about risk group of LEDs that we are using in the lighting fixtures. As we see the light that is here, we look towards the LEDs that we are using. We are not understanding that the glare that is coming out of the light is actually harming our eyes. So we started talking about the risk group of these LEDs. If the risk group is good, then it is not going to harm our eyes. We are using these sort of components in our fixtures. We talked about the right CCT. As Havells, we made a standard CCT of 5700 Kelvin, which is the closest to the sun, and which is actually not harming our eyes again. We are talking about CISPR and EMF, which is a driver. We have a small component in the fixture, which is a driver feature as such, where there are a lot of waves, electromagnetic rays that comes out of the component, and it is omnidirectional. It is all present in the total environment of the factory. So if there are 1,000 workers working there and these are omnidirectional, in long term it can be cancerous. So we omitted that. We have started using podded drivers which are compliant to these CISPR and EMF compliances. When we came to health, we talked about lux levels. We talked about glare rating. Sorry, I'm talking about safety, glare rating and uniformity, because we need right amount of light and uniformity so that there should be less of damages and accidents. And when we talk about environment, how we can contribute, like we are continuously working on increasing the efficacy of the product. So if the efficacy is increasing, we are reducing the number of lights. If the life is increasing, the overall cycle of recyclability is increasing. And last but not the least, we are using RHS compliant components into it. So actually we are reducing the amount of waste that we are generating in the long term. So actually we are contributing to the environment by reducing the number of lights and reducing the number of electrical consumption as well. Of course, reducing the carbon footprints as well. But using this protocol actually help us. There is a research about it. If you are using a right amount of light and the uniform light, we are actually reducing errors and improving alertness, and we are increasing the productivity by 8% for the people who are working there. I'm just giving an example. Let's say in a manufacturing plant, thousands of people are coming every day, and out of those 300 people are feeling distressed, stressed. They are not able to put full 100% efficiency in their work. So when we have a target at the initial stage of the part of the year, we try to have a target of, let's say, 12% of productivity. We automate our systems, we automate our machines, we automate everything that we have. But the only thing that we seclude is our human resources. We are not thinking about them. We are not thinking about the productivity that they can generate by working on those machines. And the culprit is the light that we are using. So with the right amount of light and by using these protocols, we can actually increase our productivity. We can actually contribute to the productivity of the overall system. So we talk about adaptability, increasing digitization, using automation. We talk about productivity in complex works where people are working, how to contribute through lighting, right amount of lighting so that productivity can be increased. We're talking about the reliability of the system when it comes to application-based lighting, and we are talking about the efficiency of the light as well. Continuously increasing the efficiency so that we can reduce the amount of light that we can use for a particular lux level that is required for that application. So by the time we were making aware, like we are doing it from the past 2-3 years now, by the time we were making this, creating this awareness with our clients, the requirement also changes. The expectation has changed now. We used to talk about visual lighting, we used to talk about lux levels. Now we are talking about circadian lighting, we are talking about glare-free lighting, we are talking about automation, integration of systems, and we are talking about daylight fenestration, that is using sunlight to have the right amount of light and using less of our electrical consumption for that. Automation, again, I'm talking about integration of systems. Lighting is always secluded in that. We are talking about automation of lighting, but not integrating it with other systems. So we would like to contribute as a Havells to contribute and integrate our systems with other systems as well, so that you should have a single command center to work on with. So I talked about circadian. There is one term that we had in one of the slides. So circadian is as such, it's a rhythm, and it's the behavioral physical changes that happens throughout the day in the 24-hour duration cycle. Just to shoot a question towards you, if you think about it, like how much amount of time we spend outside in the outdoor activities. I'll give you the answer, it's just 10%. So only 2 hours we are spending outside, rest of the time either we are in the car, we are either in the office, we are either sitting in our factories, working under a single CCT, working under the same amount of light. If you can see the sun, when it goes in the morning, it goes from 4000 Kelvin And then in the afternoon, it goes towards the whiter light. And when in the evening, it again goes towards the 4000 light. And that's why we have 4000 Kelvin in our houses when we reach home in the evening, because we want to feel relaxed. The light, the right amount of CCT actually generates different hormones at the different duration of time, duration of day, so that we can behave differently in different situations. So when we talk about being energetic, we want to be energetic in the afternoon so that we can work with full productivity. We have 5700 Kelvin. When we are in the morning or we are in the evening, we want to feel a little bit relaxed, doing our regular jobs. Then we want 4000 Kelvin. So how to automate this system? How to automate this system in our offices when we are spending so much of time in the offices? So Havells as a company thought of giving this schedule as well, apart from the regular automation that we have, dimming, scheduling, everything. We thought of giving this schedule as well to our factory workers. Like we were having a discussion like how we can make it glamorous, to work in the factories. This is the part we are missing. We are giving everything to the people who are working in the offices, who are sitting in the offices. We are giving this circadian rhythm. We are giving them dimming and everything. But we are not giving it to our factory workers. We are not giving this solution to the factory workers. And with this circadian rhythm also, since it disrupts our hormone cycle if it is not in the right state, in a long term, there are multiple disorders. And then we think why the productivity is not working, because the human resource, the machine is working fine, the human resource is not working well. That productivity has to come from the people who are operating those machines. So how it is going to affect everybody? It is going to affect increased productivity. It is going to improve the health. It is going to improve the alertness of the people. And in fact, now there is a task lighting as well, in factories as well, in manufacturing facilities as well. I'll just take it in the next slide. Improve mood and behavior, reduce hyperactivity, less fatigue. Just to give you an example, that most of the accidents happen, it's a research, most of the accidents happen in the night shift around 1:30 and 3 a.m. because our hormone cycle says that we should sleep at that time, but there are night shifts. We have to work. So how to monitor that? We can use it. We can use our lighting to do that. And then again, there is a research which says that enhanced lighting design has shown to improve employee well-being up to 31% and productivity to 15%. I was talking about task lighting. If it is personalized workspace, then it can further be improved. So in our offices also and our factories also, let's say if you want to generate ideas in our R&D labs, we should have a color temperature of 5700 Kelvin. If you want to feel relaxed, we should have 4000 Kelvin. In fact, now there are automated systems where the person sitting just beside you will have a different color temperature, and the one that you are sitting there, the place, you can have a different color temperature, because both has their own productivity and efficiency, and they want to work in a different state of mind. So this can also be done with the help of automation. And here, exactly that automation helps. So to create all this, Havells designed a system which is around Industry 4.0. We are now talking about wireless systems, where each and every individual fixtures can be controlled individually as well as group through this system, which is absolutely wireless. No, apart from that power cable, there is no other wire system that has to be used. We are talking about campuses, individual sensors which can be controlled through occupancy of the people around there depending on the application, and we are talking about the sunlight fenestration as well in it. And this is the campus that I'm talking about. So either it is outdoor, the factories are huge, like there are kilometers of street lighting, kilometers of spaces that are there in the open spaces. To connect all these lights together when it comes to indoor as well as outdoor, you can connect them through a single system, and then you can monitor them at a single command center, and you can control each and every light individually as well as group with the help of this system. Now, the first thing that comes into our mind is it will be very complex. The infrastructure that we use for this sort of system is going to be very complex. It is not. I'm talking about a single that you can see the gateway to be installed, and rest all infrastructure is going to be remain same, what we have currently in our factory. Like, I'll just give you an example. We have modems in our houses. So we are connecting a lot of laptops and everything through a single modem. And then it is connected to the internet system. It is the same thing. The gateway is that modem. Rest all fixtures, IP addresses, everything is generated through a fixture. It is an in-house manufacturing by Havells. The component, everything has been made by Havells. So these fixtures are going to communicate to the gateway, and the gateway can be connected to the wireless systems that you have. You can have your own servers as well, where you can store the data. So either it is dimming, individual dimming, or it is group dimming, or you want to have your own scheduling at different duration of time. We have all the solutions under this smart lighting solution. I would like to say one thing. Let's say if you want a trigger at the time when the light is switched off. I'm talking about huge campuses of manufacturing where, let's say in kilometers, you have street lights and mass lights. And if one light goes off, or if one light is failed, then there has to be a person who has to go physically there to monitor everything, to audit everything, and then he will understand that this particular light has failed. This actually reduces the efficiency. This actually reduces the productivity of the people who are working there. So if you get a trigger on your mobile or on your laptop or on your command center that this particular light with the exact GPS location is failed, then you can directly ask that person to go there and get it done, get it rectified. I'm talking about the triggers that you can get beforehand. I'm talking about preventive maintenance, where let's say 15 days before the light is going to be failed, you get a trigger that this particular light is going to be failed after 15 days or after so many hours. You can get it done beforehand rather than putting it at an emergency state where the shutdown periods, where you are doing a critical production. You can do it either in the shutdown period, or you can do it when the production is not that critical. So I'm talking about preventive maintenance as well. So how it is going to help us? I'm talking about 30% savings, and in some cases, in fact, 90% of the saving in electricity, even after converting your conventional lights to LED lights. I'm talking only about automation is going to give you 90% of the savings, just by small solutions that we can put in those areas. So I talked about wireless control. That is one of the biggest advantage that we have. I'm talking about sensor integration. A further sensor integration gives you another 30-40% savings. I'm talking about energy monitoring. You will have a command center where you can sit and see area-wise, campus-wise, region-wise. If you have 13 plants, you can have a single command center where you can monitor all the loads that is happening across India in different factories, in different areas and different zones as well. I've already talked about preventive maintenance, dimming up to 10%, and remote switching off. If you want to switch off an area from your plush office and the plant is somewhere 30 kilometers away from there, you can do that. And then the last, data is power. I'm talking about data storage as well. If you have your own servers, you can collect that data, you can calculate the overall consumption, and then you can make a strategy for the next year to reduce the load. That is one of the best things that you can get through this system. So you can analyze and store the data. If in case you have firewall policies, then we can provide you an individual server which will be with you, which is going to be in the control of the company itself, though no connection with the internet outside or cloud. So this is the command center that you can have. This is the screen that you will be getting where you can monitor the heat of the fixtures, the total load of the different zones, campuses and everything. And this can be customized as per the application and as per the requirement of the client. So there are certain products that we have which can be automated in the industry. These are all the industrial products that can be automated. We have full solutions for all the lights. These are some of the DALI as well as RF. We call it RF. It's a free frequency. So there is no interference as well from other frequencies as well. It's a completely non-interference system that we have. We can do office lighting as well. We have clean room for some of the pharma clients. Since it's a Mumbai, we have pharma hub here. These are the outdoor high wattage lights which can also be controlled through this system. And then we have solar street lights as well, along with occupancy sensor rate for campuses where the sunlight is enough to use this. Some of the references that we have, I'm just flipping some of the industries and offices that we have done in the past recent years with the help of automation as well as right illumination part, lux levels and everything. So after this whole thing, when I'm talking about the overall system, the only thing that comes in the mind is the reliability of the system. Like how reliable is the company? You need to have a partner, of course. We want to act not as a supplier, we want to act as a solution provider. So we are going to talk about AMCs for the overall system. We are going to talk about the commissioning part of it as well, because there's a lot of nodes involved into it, how those nodes are behaving, if the overall system is working fine or not. So commissioning part is also going to be taken by Havells. And after that, we are going to talk about AMCs also for 2-3 years if it is required. So the reliability also comes with an experience that a company has. We have done numerous projects. It is not something, a new system that we are showing you here and making you aware of. We have already done certain big value projects in the last 2, 3, 4 years, and the system is working absolutely fine. We are getting repeat orders. I'm talking about Ludhiana Smart City, which is one of the biggest installation right now in India, with a tune of 105,000 LED streetlights, in which 1,000 streetlights are group dimming and rest all are individual dimming. And we got the best ICT implementer in Smart City, which is absolutely smart in its own sense. These are some of the clients which we have done for indoors, all smart lighting, which is already executed 2-3 years back. We're talking about some industrial manufacturers as well, which has already installed this system, fully automated smart systems. And these are the clienteles that we are already working with. So I just want to talk about, when we talk about automation, this is the right time to do it. Why? Because either we are in a retrofit phase, or since 10 or 12 years has been passed, the LEDs has to be changed anyhow. So if you are going to go for a regular system, which is without automation, then another 5 years you are going to wait for such type of automation and such type of infrastructure to be done, like to create that sort of system. So this is the right time to implement this sort of technology in your factory and have the benefits of all the features that we have in this in the particular system, increasing the productivity, of course. Thank you very much for the patience that you have shown throughout the presentation. And I would like to finish with a small video of our manufacturing plant. If we can have the video, please, ITP Media. Thank you again. Thank you, all of you.
At Havells India Limited, we are constantly working towards illuminating iconic landmarks and structures, workspaces, bridges and structures that matter to the Indian citizens. Havells lighting plant in Neemrana is spread over 30 acres of land with over 2 lakh square feet of working space under a single roof. The plant has been made keeping in mind the global markets of Europe, US and the Middle East, setting new benchmarks in the industry. This Havells plant will help bridge the technological divide between Europe and India when it comes to manufacturing high-end light product. Come, join us on the brighter side with Havells range of high-end commercial lighting products as we help you illuminate your dreams into a reality.
In an age of specialization, a little versatility could improve the operations and management. Our next panel discussion is on accelerating business through technology versatility and cost efficiency, where we'll be talking about smart factory implications during the approaching slowdown, navigating to the cost cuts, loss of labor and supply chain woes, Industry 5.0, which is as a pliable option, harnessing automation, efficiency, and vision intelligence, the new game changer in smart factory. In this panel, may I welcome Mr. Ashok Jade, who is the CIO, Global CIO, Kirloskar Brothers, Kamlesh Jain, who is the Global CIO of EPL, Khushru Mistry, he's the CIO for Eureka Forbes, Partha Karmakar, Vice President BU Head, Professional Lighting, Havells India, Pushkar Rege, CIO UPL, Surbhi Gupta, Head Digital Strategy, ACC. And this, we have Neeraj Singh, he's the principal of DSS Plus, as the moderator for this session. May I welcome the panel to the stage, please?
I think a tea break would have been better because it was quite intense, the earlier sessions. But thank you for your patience. You know, what a fantastic theme we are really talking about now. I think an absolute good prelude into the, from the morning session, where the MDs and the CEOs outlined what Industry 5.0 could bring, what the objectives could be. And now with this eminent panel, what you see here, they are basically the digital veterans, one of the best in the country. And what we will learn from them today, in this session is basically how do we really accelerate business, using technology, right? And there are various ways and means to leverage it. This is the first session, as far as I'm concerned, which is really focused on Industry 5.0. I think we were talking Industry 4.0 till the yesterdays and whatever. But I think, when we talk about Industry 4.0, of course, I think, be it cloud computing, AI, ML, data, I think this team would have done it all. So I think you can also ask questions on those as well, because I'm sure everybody is still in the journey. Nobody has really come to a point where they can say they have really accomplished Industry 4.0 itself. But then what differentiates Industry 5.0, I would just maybe take a minute to say is, you continue doing what you're doing, but then with the focus on at least what I can say is also gathering from what the morning session was, 3 themes, right? One is, being human-centric. Human-centric is very important because it's no longer going to be humans. It's going to be humans, robots, cobots, all working together. And in that situation, safety becomes very important. Well-being becomes very important. We also saw the presentation from Havells, like how a simple light can give you a productivity difference of 30%, which is, I learned something new today. So that's one theme, human-centric, right?
Then second is sustainability, right? Everybody is running with sustainability goals across the globe. So it's important you in your company, from your department, your function, tying in all of those things together. Also waste reduction, energy optimization, all of these things are happening. So sustainability becomes another second theme. And third, is the resilience and agility, because in today's world we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, right? So technology again brings in that resilience, and how do we go about it? So with that, in picture, I think I would open the discussion, to Sir Shok from Kirloskar, and I'll start from the point where I think there was the last question in that discussion about recession, and talks about perceived recession or actual recession. We are seeing some glimpses in Europe, US. Also, we all are seeing it, right? I mean, especially with the technology and things like that. So I think when you talk about this kind of a perception, right, and then you talked about bringing adaptability to technology, cost reduction, business efficiency, cost efficiency, and all of these topics, Ashokji. So what's your view on that? I'll start with that because that's the first question which everybody wants to listen to.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's good afternoon, and thanks to ITP Media to giving this opportunity to share the stage with these eminent speakers, panelists, and with great audience. I think, Neeraj, this is the most logical sequence when the CEO has been addressed this forum, and then digital leaders are coming to take this forward.
Absolutely.
I think this is the most logical sequence to take the discussion forward. We heard to all CEOs there are the sentiments that upcoming recession. Unfortunately, year 22 was challenging to the business, we saw, and this is challenging since last 3-4 years. COVID, 19, 20, 21st, we had a lot of challenges. 22 sentiments was not good. We saw recently also the situation in Europe is not good. There is a war situation. New normals has been set by the pandemic. Those people are still adopting, not fully adopted. And having the recession news are coming, and there are a lot of layoffs are going on. We heard Meta did 2 days back, and there is a disruption or there is a lot of problem in banking system. While coming from Pune to Mumbai, I was also thinking what to talk about this forum, what is the sentiments of our investors, and what the business is thinking today. But you saw the people, eminent speakers sitting over here, right? Though there is a challenge in the business, but you saw the focus on digital is still there. Since last 2 decades, we are witnessing whenever there is a challenge in the business looks to the digital. Business looks to the technology leader, how they can help. And I think that is more important even though the situation is challenging. While I was going through this eminent speaker, they are going, right? Everybody is expecting that Industry 5.0 should go and go much beyond what is been done in the last decade or so. What I can see out of this one is that everybody is focusing the new ways of working. Until now, everybody was focusing to do the smart factories, connected factories. But I think in last couple of years, everybody has solved that problem. To the large extent, they have done their journey. And now everybody is talking about inclusive development, sustainable development. Smart factories, I think people have understood, right? But now the slowly focus is shifting from machine to man.
Yeah.
Because people are making the machine more smarter, but now everybody has started thinking how the man can complement to it, how this technology can make a better life, right, for the man. And everybody is saying that while making the machine intelligent, don't forget who is making this machine intelligent is a man, right? And there the sustainability development comes. And I think this will continue to this one. When I look at to this one, our business or in my past business, right? The talks is always there that while you are making the industry 4.0, right, how the efficiencies are increasing for the people. More towards now, people are talking more towards the man force or the people, those are working on the shop floor than the people working on the corporates. This says that you move to the people, those are working on the field and make their life easy. Technology adoption for safety, right? A lot of investment is happening there. That everybody is talking about the safety, right? How can you make a job safer for the labor using your technology? And there the CEOs are giving the target. Because everybody is talking about supply chain, everybody is talking about the efficiency, but nobody is talking about, until now, nobody was talking about the safety. And there a lot of sentiments are coming. So I think this is a good change I can see in the Industry 5.0.
No, very interesting, because you touched upon this new angle of automation, which is well-being, safety. I mean, this was not something which we could hear maybe a year ago or 2 years ago. Of course, we did hear, but now it's very. Thank you, Ashokji. Thank you for that. Now, I think from there, I would touch on the another most important theme, which is the resilience. Because everybody talks about resilience because we don't know. There's such an uncertain world, and how do we adapt to this uncertainty? And that's where I think I'll go to Surbhi now to kind of take her sense that with Industry 4.0, smart factories and all, how do you think it really makes you become more resilient? Your thoughts on that? And also we talk about a lot of this AI thing coming in. Now AI of course is a journey, but I mean your views that how the smart factory AI can actually help you become resilient, because I'm sure everybody wants to become resilient here, including myself.
Yeah, I think I would ask the mantra to become resilient. I would, now that you have asked me that question, I should have, from my phone, pick up Chat GPT and just type in, how can I become more resilient? Yeah, so that is where AI is. Today, everybody is talking from that lens. However, jokes apart. So, to answer to your question, Neeraj, I think I'll take a bit step back, and because we are talking and targeting on Industry 5.0. So if you look at the industrial revolution itself, yeah, the first was about steam, the second was about electricity, the third was about digitization. So they were a natural progression from one to the other. But if you talk about Industry 4.0, it's a technology-driven, initiative revolution rather, and 5.0 is more about social value synergies. Yeah, so it's basically, I do not see Industry 4.0 to 5.0 as a progression per se. They both go hand in hand, they complement each other. Yeah, so all the technology was Industry 4.0, and today I don't think we have achieved the pinnacle of Industry 4.0. Yeah, we are not there. We are still catching the running behind. We are trying to catch the overall Industry 4.0 bandwagon. Some people are already in there. I think from my organization perspective, I would say we are there, but we are still very nascent in some of the technologies that we are trying to implement. So this is definitely there, but bringing that societal angle, that social angle is somewhere where Industry 5.0, and it behooves us that whatever technologies we try to implement, we start thinking from that social angle. I think this, Sir, Mr. Ashok, he talked about the safety aspect, or he talked about, how we need to look at the well-being. So it is where on Industry 4.0, we need to be conversant of the boundaries of our planet. Right. That, ultimately within this planet, whatever we have to achieve, we have to do within this planet. And within the well-being of the worker or the workforce which is working in my plant. Yeah, so it has to be around that. And your question is around how we can create that differentiator, yeah, with Industry 4.0, 5.0, and this is where that differentiator will come. So the key themes which you talked about, which is human centricity, resilience, and sustainability. So if I pick them up, and if I talk about human centricity, yeah, it's basically today Industry 5.0 is telling us to empower and empower our talent. Talent is going to be one of the key driving forces behind what makes a company competitive. We always talk that people are at the heart of any organization. That is true. But with the technology advancements, I myself sometimes when I go visit my plants, there is a fear in people's mind that whether I lose my job with this technology advancement. Yeah, if you implement this drone, whether today I was doing something, I will not be doing that tomorrow. But I think this is where, as leaders, as when we are talking digital transformations, when we are talking Industry 4.5, 4.0 or 5.0, it is about empowering those people, saying that we are looking at technology to do away with repetitive tasks, but not decision-making tasks. You are still the decision makers. You are the ones Today, a lot of profiles, the work profiles, we call human resources. Yeah. A lot of human resources, we do not need to look them as resources anymore. We need to see that we are in the end creating value for the humans. Yeah. So they are the end rather than the means. And this is where when we talk to them, when I also talk to them, I say some of the jobs which you are doing today, they will become redundant tomorrow. And it's not a choice.
Yeah.
It will become essential. It will become redundant. And that is where, that human factor is very, very important. And that is going to be one of the key pillars of Industry 5.0 and how we organize technology to achieve that pillar. Yeah. Similarly, we talked about resiliency. Yeah. Now, of course, everybody has today in the morning also talked about resiliency, about changing macroeconomic conditions. Everything keeps on changing very fast paced. Yeah. So it's more about, can you adapt yourself?
Yes.
Can you adapt yourself quickly? So if there is a new condition which emerges, I think there's a sentiment today in the morning, somebody said, I hope COVID does not come back. But what if there is another new pandemic which suddenly emerges? Yeah. How, seeing what we have seen in the past, commodity prices, yeah, coal suddenly went up. We all, I think most of the manufacturing organizations would have had that hit, that, suddenly the costs are going high.
Right.
How can we ensure that our supply chains adapt as quickly as possible to any changing condition? Yeah. Now, this is solely, yes, we will leverage a lot of artificial intelligence. So this is where Industry 4.0 technologies will still form the base to help you define what you need to do. But the human element, there we talk about, at CXO level, the CXO, the vocabulary just keeps on expanding. Yeah. You have chief growth officer, chief revenue officer. I think the next one would be chief risk officer. That is something which is needed. Yeah. Somebody who can start helping an organization that these are how I would react in any new emerging trend. Yeah. It can be a trend which is actually good for you. It can be a trend which is harmful for you. And how do you react to it? How do you adapt to it? How do you ensure that your organization really delivers? So I think that is where you really become resilient. The resiliency today, we talk about all the industry technologies and we look at increasing efficiency, increasing productivity, and we want to become leaner versions. How we can maybe, do something with less, more and more, which is good. But at the same time, you need to expand into other areas and do more. Yeah. So, and that is where it's not that you need to become lean. I think resiliency, where somebody who becomes very lean cannot be resilient, yeah, at the end of the day. And that is where it's more about how you actually become more stable and you invest more, again going to back to the people angle as well, invest more in people as well as ensure technology and people work together to deliver an outcome. Yeah. And lastly, I think we talked about sustainability. I think there is a lot of when you talk about renewable integrations, you talk about green revolution, you talk about circular economy. I would say this is sustainability is in fact one area where I see the business can gain those same productivity gains. Yeah. Alternate fuel. So in my industry, we are looking at some of that, reducing waste, leveraging alternate fuels, and also starting to track where our emissions are going and see how we can overall from the entire product life cycle, right from the time we produce the product till the time it goes to the market and with the consumer, we kind of track it and ensure we can make it more sustainable, because we have seen already that making it more sustainable is also cost efficient for us. Yeah. So I think in a nutshell, the answer to your bit is that, we have to involve people around, we have to invest in talent, and we have to ensure that, while there are technologies which we are still experimenting upon, we are still working with those technologies, that human interaction with those technologies is something which we do not lose focus on.
Thank you, Surbi. I think it was, maybe a lot of good points which came out. I mean, the three things I picked up was basically Industry 4.0 and 5 are not separate. It goes hand in hand. And second was the societal aspects, the sustainability aspects. And I think the third and the most important thing which I kind of picked up from Surbi was that people empowerment. I think that's quite a bit, because I think we just can't talk about cost efficiency, cost reduction and all, but people empowerment is very important. So I think thank you, Surabhi, for that. I'll just move on now, to Partha. And Partha, and I think I did see your presentation just before this. So I think the question I have is, we talk about smart factories, we talk about smart lighting from your perspective. But the question here is that, what is the, how can businesses gain competitive advantage? That is something which everybody wants to answer, right? The typical question which Maruti used to ask, like, kitna deti hai? What is the competitive advantage of a smart factory? What is your view on that?
See, I think the smartness when we introduce in any of the factory, it is not only just bringing connectivity between various different departments, various different processes, but one of the significant thing which is also bringing is it is making all your processes much more consistent. So consistency is one of the biggest advantage you get, because it is not so much dependent on the individual who is managing. You don't need to have repeated skill development of people so that you manage or you deliver something consistently. So when systems are connected, they are smart, so a lot of processes can be automated. That's where consistency can be a very big advantage. Another thing is very much important in today's world is how do you get better productivity. So for that you need to have systems which are having some kind of notifications which are getting generated. You have data which you can compile and analyze to see that how you can make it much more effective. So data points today have become so much important that if you don't have data points, very difficult to have today any large meeting also. We need to have some data points about the performance, the way it had been living, how it had been consuming, what kind of energies. So all data points are required to take decisions. So that's where I think smartness would bring that kind of a advantage. Coming to this point of how it can be competitive, so I think as a business owner, everybody wants to have a continuously good product to the consumer at as less or as lean production cost, so that we are able to maximize the profitability. So to achieve that, wherever we are able to conserve because of smartness, that is a big win. Because otherwise, if we are leaving a lot of loose ends, which are actually cost guzzlers in the whole process, your profitability goes down.
Correct.
And obviously, the consistency coming down, the consumers are not happy. So these are the two areas I feel that it can be very impactful.
Agreed. I think again, wonderful points. I think, and I'm just, trying to connect things. And what I think, Partha, so consistency is so important, right? So fragile, agile world, but consistency is important. So how do you really bring consistency? Is again through smart, connected approaches. It could be a factory, it could be processes, whatever I think Partha talked about. And second is that, he said, don't trust me. You start measuring data, and then you will really see the competitive advantage. You would really do decisions, you will do the right decisions and enable competitive advantage. So thank you, Partha, for that. And then now let me go to a little bit of a, do a little bit of a shift now, because I think Pushkar is here. He's from UPL. He does a lot of chemical. I mean, it's a very different industry. One of the market leaders as well. And I think for you, I think sustainability is much more an important topic, as such. Now, how does technology help you promote those sustainable practices from your manufacturing perspective, or in your ecosystem? What is your view on that?
Yeah, so before coming to the real story about in manufacturing, I would like to give you data points about most of us would have been watching FIFA, right? And we were the ambassadors, being proud an Indian company going there, promoting sustainability at FIFA, which is the youth, because some people talked about youth. It makes us proud. And being truly global, I mean, the story in UPL is, the Dow Jones Index. We are top 5 is what is known probably, but being number 1 in the Dow Jones Index on sustainability is a story to tell, and consistently. The word consistency is important. This is a story to tell. On the human side, because sustainability is important in Industry 5.0, the human side also, what we are doing, and you probably not heard of because we come in India out of the 43 manufacturing sites we have globally. In India, we have also University of Sustainability. So we are teaching youth right from the engineering schools graduating. So this is an accredited university. So the work that we're doing on the human side is more, and these graduates are now available to the market. And that probably the ecosystem that is important to build.
Fantastic.
Now, coming to the story of manufacturing and sustainability, I mean, a couple of data points. Of course, sustainability is all about carbon credits. We also have a pledge, and it's 2070 is what India is promising probably, but we've already pledged at 2040, and that's again pioneering and helping. And we are working on a gigaton challenge. That's what we've declared for ourselves. It means, removing 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by 2040. But these are all goals that are internal, and they are internalized with every employee of us among the 10,000 people we have, right? Now, coming to the manufacturing side, I think we've done a lot, and we're planning to scale it up globally. A lot of the learnings come from outside in, we have a DuPont factory acquired way back where we get standards. So learning has been huge. So the preventive maintenance part or the predictive maintenance part has really helped. The sensor part, the IoT part has really helped not only improve the downtime, which is a KPI, but also we took at it, why don't we look at the energy savings that we can get from the health and conditioning monitoring? And that correlated to a good reduction in the energy and the carbon credit context. The same with probably, load cells and other, stuff of how we can prioritize our, production. So we've got throughput out, we've multiplied only with energy and water and other savings. So that's the story. I can build on it, but thank you for the
No, thank you. I think your sustainability story, I think the FIFA story is amazing. I mean, I think that's almost like a trend. I mean, a new thing for India. I think what you talked about, I mean, that's amazing. So keep doing the good work. And from there, I would now move to Kamlesh. And Kamlesh, I think now we are going to mix the human and the what do you say, human, robots, technology. If we start mixing all of these things, right, it's important that there is a balance. It cannot be just robots. It cannot be just humans. There has to be a balance maintained so that there is right efficiency and also right productivity. And also there are a lot of other factors being human centric, and all of those things stick together. So how can a business strike a balance? It can never be that, okay, come, let's replace people and bring all robots, or, so that balance, what is your view on how can businesses strike that balance?
I'll just give you a insight of what EPL is before after which I'll start the conversation. Is EPL, which was erstwhile EPL Limited, erstwhile known as SL Propack Limited. It is the market leader in the laminated and plastic tube business, having operating in 10 countries, having around 25 manufacturing locations, and it is the world leader in this particular space. And we are into B2B business. We all the FMCG companies, the pharma companies, our customers. So when we actually embarked upon this journey of digital transformation for our operations, basically from a shop floor perspective, when we embark on this journey, there are basically 5 pillars on this transformational journey. One is creating a digital mindset and the strategic alignment. Second is the stakeholders engagement. That is what the people part comes into the picture. Third is the kind of culture of innovation that we want to bring within the organization. Fourth is the technology piece, which is a big piece which will stitch everything together. And the fifth is the data and analytics, which will give us the end result. Now, touching upon the 2 pillars which we spoke about, which is on the people-centric and the technology, the way we approached this entire transformational journey is that when we started off with this complete shop floor digitization, we, bringing all the stakeholders involved, taking them through this entire journey, making our factories, because since we are into manufacturing, a traditional manufacturing organization, being there for last 35 years, we have different generations of machines. How do we upgrade our machines to make it much more smarter, bring smarter PLCs onto those manufacturing lines so that the data acquisition can start it? Second piece is on vision analytics that, since, vision analytics will actually help us, identify scrap at the right point of time so that, you reduce the overall wastage that is there in the operations. Third piece is on how do I make my operators' life simple, So, we actually, the entire operations from an operator perspective is now being carried on a handheld device. We have integrated the IoT platform, the Industry 4.0, along with our ERP system, which is SAP, and the entire operations for the operator is now being carried out on the handheld device. And that has actually improved the efficiency from an operator perspective by 10%. That is a huge, huge amount of saving, and the comfort that the operator has in executing this entire process, and the kind of real-time data capturing with the sanity check which happens, that is actually, the blend of technology and the people center part of it has taken us a long way in bringing in efficiencies.
No, thank you, Kamleshji. I think this is a real example where he's quantifying 10% benefits by using just handheld devices for doing operations, right?
Yes.
So I think no better case study than that, where you are able to quantify the benefits itself. Thank you for that. And now I will go to Khushru sir, and I think your question will be slightly broader and a little bit futuristic.
Sure.
So the question is basically, of course, technology is having an impact. I think Surbhi talked about ChatGPT. Now the version 4 has also come out, right? So of course there is an impact in the way we do work, business, anything and everything. So sir, what do you think, in the future, how do you see the future of manufacturing, workforce, in the age of digital technology, chat GPTs, any views on that?
Technology has been disruptive throughout, okay? And to a large extent, if you look at manufacturing, it has been more on the forefront of manufacturing because of the scope, the size and speed. Efficiency, productivity, the human centricity which is coming along. Just take a step back and saying 1970 to 2005, where hardware and software started to get introduced in the manufacturing space in order to increase productivity. So at that time it was productive. Step further, next generation, where we are today, is more about the transformational and the revolutionary piece of utilizing software. Perhaps in the manufacturing section, right up to the edge of manufacturing, and then utilizing stream analytics and data in order to better your process of manufacturing. Take the next step further. The next step further is all about machines onto themselves. Okay, machines learning from machines.
Yes.
And then how do people, so the impact is going to be on people.
Yes.
Having said that, it is up to us to upskill our people, not only on just turning the nuts around and getting things done on the factory floor, but also upskilling them in order to learn how to utilize the AI, the artificial intelligence at the edge, in order to upskill the entire focus of the human being. And I think that is the human centricity. Digitization is not going to take away your jobs of the people on the shop floor. It is only going to be a function and focus of upskilling people to generate new sources of revenue going forward. And I think that's where the industry is going to go for. Now, whether you call it Industry 4 or Industry 5, it doesn't make a difference. It's all about the people's centricity, upskilling them and making the right choice. I think that's where it's going to go towards.
Thank you, sir. So I think very, pertinent, you can say, very clear. Don't worry, nothing is going to happen. Just focus on reskilling. I think it's very important because the human centricity cannot go away from the humans. It will be there, and you just have to keep sharpening it. So thank you for that. That's quite enlightening as such, because there are a lot of fears as well with technology.
True.
Thank you for that. Now, Ashokji, I'll come again to you. Again, now moving a little bit into the details because with sustainability, there are a lot of sustainable materials, sustainable processes are changing, designs are changing. Then, carbon footprint reporting, promoting circular economy because, we are trying to imitate nature's way where, a producer, consumer, it all happens in the same ecosystem. So, how do you think technology or digital or your view on the entire subject and technology and digital enabling that? Because that's because when I look at carbon footprinting, circular economy, these are not easy topics to be handled. Clearly, I think technology can help. Some views from your side.
See, when we look at to the sustainability development, as you rightly said, it is not an easy topic to be implemented, and whenever there is a problem, there is a digital, there is a technology, right? So this becomes an equation now, right? Let us look at the technology, what to do. Though I am fond of this one, I am passionate to the technology, but I think what importantly matters, Neeraj, is awareness of this sustainability. People understanding is important. Though technology can do a great job, but unless people don't understand the reason behind it, it won't be successful. To give an example, when we talk about the sustainability carbon footprint, or what we spoke about, input is equal to output, right? Wherein we say the factory input is 100 and output is how much? Even if it is 98%, 2% still you have loss, right? It means that is impacting your environment, that is impacting your social. To give an example, to understand this concept, people awareness is very important first step I think we should take. We have a practice wherein that every VC room, right, we have a big board displayed. 1 hour of the meeting will emission how much carbon. Whenever somebody enters, he knows, right, if I do the 1 hour meeting or the VC, this is the carbon footprint, this is the carbon emission is going to happen. We don't limit ourselves only to displaying that number, we convert that number into cost also, and we converted that number into the damage to the environment also. Right? If I get an opportunity, I will show that. So that culture change has to happen. First, people has to understand what is the sustainability, how much they are doing this one, by this their act, how much is the damage, and how much they can be responsible to make it. How much this can be responsible uses. Today, if you look at to this one, the consumption everybody we are talking about, if you look at to the many of the social forum, talk about the overconsumption of everything, resources, right? All resource, natural resources. Everybody talking about the overconsumption. The overconsumption is happening, I think, is linked to the people understanding the overconsumption impact of this one. So this is the one thing. So there, I think we are driving a lot along with the digital. Now, where the digital can help over here is that, so whenever we talk about the factory automation or the industry 4.0, we definitely look at this one, the area nowadays, which are the beyond your business. So we say the industrial automation cannot be the first area targeted where the hazardous work is happening and person is there. Instead of having your automation spending more on the CNC machine, if there is a paint shop, right, can we invest digital over there wherein people life is more easier and the damage happening through that shop, paint shop is much more higher than what is happening in the CNC machine. Right? So there digital is working a lot. There we work a lot. Similarly, what we say that your factory input vis-a-vis factory output, right? Whatever the delta is there, where that delta is going on. Is it only and only a scrap? The answer is no, it is not only and only scrap, because what you do, you sell the scrap and you get the money. But it is not only money equation, it is beyond that equation, right? And that equation has to understand, and there we build a lot of analytics. Whatever the we have very beautiful data wherein it gives us the more detailing of these loss, right? And this loss, so maybe something is recyclable, you convert it, right? So out of this 2%, you say out of this 2%, something out of 2%, 50% you are achieving through the recycling. But what about remaining 2%, which is not recyclable? And there you focus, how can you make a more sustainable development? And this one, I think digital has to play a role over there. And similar, there are the many example I can give that, right? So that is what my view on this point.
So I think it brings in a lot of enablement. I mean, of course, there's a long way to go, but digital is the only way to enable such things. So thank you so much, Ashokji. I think one thing which again, I think from what he said was, it's a very cultural thing. You need to know it first, right? I know somebody very recently, I think he stopped taking flights because of the carbon footprint. So these kind of people are today managing personal carbon footprint as well. So it's because it's nothing to do with, it's your own personal stuff, culture stuff, or reduce. I think the example what he gave of video conferencing, if somebody knows that, he will automatically limit that. So that's the way to kind of go ahead, taking in those small use cases. But you also talked about analytics, and that is the headway to the next question. Because if you look at AI, data analytics and all, I think there are a lot of reduction we need to do, a lot of waste we produce. We have to optimize energy consumption. So many those optimization levers are there. I think you also talked about the coal cost in the previous this thing. So Surbhi, I think again, coming from ACC's perspective, your view on how data analytics, AI can be used to maybe enable waste, improvement in energy optimization, those kind of stuff.
So I think always when we keep saying data in itself, it becomes the new oil, the new fuel, the new, the blood of the organization. So yes, of course, that is where we are also trying to leverage a lot of what we do as digital initiatives is centered around data, is centered around our data strategy. In fact, if we are looking at, we are now into a bit of greenfield expansion also. So any new plant which comes up, we also look at the data strategy which we want to do around the plant itself. Yeah. So how many IoT devices I would want to implement? What is it that I would want to track? So from the existing implementations in my other sites across ACC Ambuja, we have close to 35 plants. So what is, what are the KPIs which we are tracking today? How do we need that? The measurements are around, OEE improvements, the overall how we can increase the throughput from the plants. I think Pushkar also mentioned some of those KPIs that we target across in manufacturing. And that is where, we are trying whatever was already, from our legacy plants, we have deployed IoT devices and we are trying to get new, information and trying to leverage that information to deliver more value. But in the new plants, there is definitely that thought that now the new plants should be built around with that data strategy in mind, the data architecture in mind. Yeah. So that is one. I think coming to individual, I can point out maybe individual use cases as well. So one of the we are looking at from digital in transformation in plants from multiple lenses from data. We are then leveraging AI ML use cases. So our approach has always been to identify pilots. The pilots will be overall in the area of either maintenance or quality. Or within maintenance also we do condition monitoring pilots. So we have been able to achieve quite a good success in predictive quality use case. And a quality use case will not only help me improve the quality of my product, it also helps me on the energy consumption. Yeah. So the energy savings which is throughout the process which is running. We have now recently started some pilots in energy space itself, which is largely on compressed air network. So again, we'll use a lot of compressed air in our plants, how we can reduce leakage of that compressed air. So these are just a few examples how we are, first and foremost is getting that data foundation, that data layer in, while we all, cement has been using your DCS SCADA systems for ages. Yeah. So we have been, all those systems have been deployed, but real value came when we had historical data. Yeah. So we start over the last 3 years only, we have started the exercise that we have created manufacturing data clouds, which are capturing all the data which we leverage from our plants. And then we are using that data for further building up these use cases. And then whichever use case is the one which shows potential, it has proven to be a success, that is when we go into a scale up mode across all our sites. Yeah. And that will help me create the business value. The second part where we are doing quite a bit of work is on automation itself. So automation can be in the areas of, again, like we have implemented a fully automatic quality lab. We call it RoboLab, wherein right from the sample collection till the time we actually, the quality of the sample itself is entered into the system and integrated into my ERP. We have automated that end to end. And this is where it's actually, helped us overall from process efficiencies and helped us with these gains. We are leveraging a lot of drones. I think there was something which one of the panelists, they talked about inspection, how a person who's doing inspection in the plants, he needs to go walk each individual asset by asset he will inspect. So we are trying to automate a bit. We are giving him handheld devices, or what they can actually capture the data as per their checklist. So it makes tasks simpler for them. And we also are automating the further life cycle of if there is any repair work to be done, how it automatically creates a work order in our ERP. And then we get that, the source, the part sourced, and it's actually then deployed back. Yeah. So this is something which we are working. Our vision is more towards moving towards connected operations, wherein we then connect. If I'm able to predict the failure of a part in advance, then I can source that part knowing the lead time, that whatever lead time is required to source that particular asset. I can then ensure that all of that is aligned and I get my part in time when I know the particular part will fail. So I think this is where over and above we are trying to create a value creation from an end-to-end connected operations perspective.
Thank you, Survi. So I think one thing definitely I would also recommend is that this data strategy and the enterprise architecture often gets overlooked or maybe even missed.
Yeah.
Many times, this is my learnings as well from doing so many digital transformations. So I think should not ignore that, because that's the foundation. So I think the foundation is strong. It helps building all of these connected stuff much better. But I think on this topic, Pushkar, would you want to add few things from UPL perspective or anything from your side?
Yeah, so I totally reflect, and probably being in IT, earlier we thought it was only ERP that was leveraging, and now there's much more. So data is gold.
Yes.
We've struck gold in the concept. Last year was good. It's not the IT acknowledging, but even the business acknowledging. A good example would be, without asset investments, moving from a 20 ton per day capacity to 25 tons per day.
Wow.
Just by putting small flow meters, measuring data, historians, and this is in the formulation plant. So many such use cases made us so excited that we have a center of excellence now, which is a cross-functional team. We have a platform, so we don't only do historians, and we are expanding. We are pretty much there in one plant which generates $2 billion business, but expanding. So we do a lot there, but I just want to reinforce that data is working, platforms are important, the visual layer is good. Yeah. Once you start consuming, it's just a factory by itself, data factory. Yeah. So I would encourage everyone to get into it, even if the so-called commercial climate or the economic climate is not always good.
Yeah.
It has to be done in all stages. Yeah.
Yes.
Don't
Right.
stop because you don't, things are going bad.
No, absolutely. No, thank you for that, Pushkar. Now I'll go to Partha, and I think because I think again, Havells, I think you're doing a lot of shop floor automations, what we saw from the lighting perspective and things like that. So I think throw some more light. I think we saw the presentation, but some more light in terms of productivity, efficiency, those kind of stuff. What a kind of a smart factory can bring in from your perspective?
The panelists were also talking about. The first is that mindset of whether it is going to be helpful or not. So that basic education is first. That brings the acceptance of this smart or any connected system. So it takes a little while for any new company to embrace this. And as everybody have been talking, there are so many benefits of it. So the first milestone is to get the acceptance of the manufacturing plant, that if there are equipments which are connected, which are well managed and well monitored and controlled remotely, automated, it is going to help them. So once that first milestone is achieved, then there are various ways we can implement this kind of a system. So how we address this is we have multiple levels of phases we can implement the system. So if we have the larger goal in the mind, we can have a broader plan which is phase wise implemented, where we first do a basic group controls, so that we are able to give first level of benefits in energy saving as well as predictive maintenance.
Stepped approach.
Yeah, stepped approach can be always very useful from cost point of view as well as from the benefits point of view. Another very important thing is, when we are making a larger plan, the goal has to be very clear. It's like somebody getting into a gym. The goal has to be there, clear, that what he wants to achieve. So that's where the first level of acceptance, that how much it can give benefits, has to be very clearly deliberated in the beginning, so that there is a good amount of acceptance at all the levels. Because once we decide on a inclusive approach, where there are various integrated approach which we have to take, it is important that we are keeping cost in mind, we are keeping how we are going to integrate that in mind. So all those things have to be, all the stakeholders have to be sensitized, that these are very, very important elements. Somewhere down the line, you will have to implement it. So integrated approach is one very important thing in case of implementing these kind of projects. And certainly, as we start scaling up, we move from phase 1 to phase 2, it is very much possible that we start getting these benefits so evident that it no more becomes a strategic plan getting implemented. It becomes more of a demand coming from other quarters of the campus, that why not my area also get this kind of smart connected. So we are going through this journey, and during this process, we also see that technology is also continuously evolving.
Of course.
So what we have to plan is the technology which we now choose has possibility of extension. It is expandable, and it is also not so fragile that you have to switch the whole system into a different one. So what Havells is able to bring in, we are able to develop this entire technology end to end in house. So when it comes to smart, there is a apprehension that in case something goes bad, I have to go back and find the same guy who will say, no, I am now out of the business. So that's a very big apprehension which we have been coming across, and that's why when Havells Lighting thought about this, we put a very big army of engineers who are working on it. And before we started implementing some of these projects, we have been almost 4 or 5 years back investing on the technology. So we have this technology completely in house, be it data management or all the hardware as well as the software which are getting used in this. So that's where we are trying to contribute in this and give that peace of mind to anybody who is intending to experiment this kind of a solution.
Very good, Partha. Thank you. So I think stepped approach, but an integrated approach is important. Okay, thank you. Now I think you also introduced something like what happens when things go wrong, and I think that leads to the next question, because with all these connected factories, one thing which comes out is cybersecurity. Always a scare. That how about cybersecurity? What about my OT systems? My OT systems are not secure enough, and things like that. And this preludes to the next question, basically, again, Pushkar from UPL. Your thoughts that, while we are building resiliences and all of those things, but something like this is always, it can happen. So what do you do, and what are the things which you think should be done?
So first of all, I think cyber is a culture. It's an awareness concept. Of course, technology can follow. And what we've achieved with a structured approach in the last 4 years, and now more so in the connected world, in the factories, is running in parallel. So any decision would have a cyber person on board. We would go through that concept. Also, looking at the prioritizations in the factories and the digitalization, we've come out with our strategies of investment. So now it's an open mind thought that it's not only investing in software, hardware, it's also investing in the cyber process. And having cross-functional teams that will participate in the upgradation, because having factories, you would have some assets which need upgradation on the software side. So all these activities are now a process and ethos. Of course, firewalls are in place. In some cases, we keep our networks completely separated from the risk we have. It's a global phenomenon. We're not only doing red teaming in India, but globally. But I think the crux is awareness and getting the top management and down, bottom, because we have done tabletops, and I would encourage that. Understanding the context of, and even drills, what if? That's very important for all of us. Right? I mean, it's happening all over. Of course, we can say it may not happen to us, keep our eyes closed, that's not the world, right? So we're preparing for it, and that's what we would say. But let the people be educated, let the purpose come, begin with why is the concept, it works.
A lot of education,
But
lot
it's
of
a journey.
awareness.
It's a journey.
Yeah, fair enough. And I think I'll again go to Ashok ji. So, again, IP, data protection, these are also, I think, while you cannot open up everything, these are serious risks. So, your view on that?
Yeah, so it's rightly said, as the digital is moving and more IoT based products are coming. Our view on this one is that when we say how much is your maturity on cyber security, I believe that it won't happen. I mean, it is nearly impossible that you get 5 out of 5. Because it's a continuous journey, right? So you become a mature and somebody makes you immature.
Vulnerability.
Right. So it's just a journey, right? Continuously there will be something. So it doesn't happen that way, right? And the same applies to the investment and innovation in the cybersecurity. Right. This is the continuous process, right? We have to have continuously. The challenge over here is that until now, many of the people are traditionally we were talking about the cybersecurity at application level, firewall, your modem or your routers and the factory infrastructure. But having the lot of digital is happening on the industry 4.0, and further leg to is the product innovation, right? Wherein a lot of IoT products are going to the market. Now cyber security scope is increasing again. We have a product which are in the market, which are installed, but actually all parameters are being monitored centrally.
Yes.
And as you say that in the cyber security over the period of time, and even the attack those that happened on the nation installations doesn't happen directly on your data center. There is something somewhere is small, and from there integrates, right? So road to the bridge is not a highway.
Yes.
it is just always small. So you have to keep a watch on that one.
Correct.
And there I think innovation should happen, and there a lot of energy should go. Right, your focus also should be there. Your IoT products are in the market; those are connected to your data center, and these are connected products, right? So this threat can come from there also,
yes.
And there we are investing a lot, including as advanced as that we also, and I see the market is also started realizing the value of ethical hacking. Right, and there's a lot of investment is happening, right? Because it's a connected product. So why not we have ethical hacker? Why the ethical hacker should be only at a national level? Why the ethical hacker cannot be at the organization, right? And this approach should be taken. And this is the reason my view is that it won't happen that you get a 5 out of 5. It is a continuous journey, and there we need to continue this investment.
No, thank you, Ashok. I think the interesting take is that we are talking connected manufacturing, but for what? For connected products. So, and connected products are doors for cyber hacks or whatever it could be. But I think the important thing is to understand that, appreciate that, acknowledge that. That's the most important thing, and then plan a way forward from that. Thank you for that. And now I think I'll go to the most important question, which might be there in everybody's mind. And I think I'll go to Kamlesh ji from EPL. Now the question here is very simple. That ROI. Businesses always want ROI, tangible results. How soon? How fast? And when you bring a smart factory into concept, it's of course not a small chunk. Of course it can be phased, but So how do you think this can be achievable? What's your mantra on that?
So actually, when we actually started off with this journey of making our factories smarter, there were three clear objectives which we embarked upon this journey. One is on the operational efficiency. Third is on the asset utilization. Second is on the asset utilization, and third is on the scrap reduction. As far as and we have been on this journey for last 3 years now. So as far as operational efficiency is concerned, we have seen a clear 10% improvement. As far as asset utilization is concerned, so with whatever data acquisition we have done, collaborating that data acquisition, getting insights and collaborating with the machine OEM vendors, working closely with them for a couple of months, we have been able to improve our asset utilization by 2%. Purely focusing on, see, we are into manufacturing of tubes, and our manufacturing lines ranges of producing 120 tubes to 500 tubes per minute. And the higher the number of micro stops that are there on the manufacturing line, that will drastically reduce the utilization. So we work closely with the machine OEMs, collaborated with them, analyzed whatever data sets that were getting acquired, and we have been able to achieve a 2% improvement on the asset utilization front. As far as the scrap reduction is concerned, because of the vision analytics, because of the improvement in the asset utilization, we have been able to reduce the scrap generation by 3%. And we are into the business of plastics, and how closely it is being monitored. So that has actually helped us to reduce the carbon footprint. And with these three clear-cut benefits, with whatever investments that we have done, we have been able to achieve much more. And because of this particular success that we have got, now we are slowly and steadily scaling up to all our manufacturing locations globally. So this has been the clear-cut outcome with which we have gone ahead.
And businesses have to stay ahead, right? Now, Eureka, Forbes, I think you need no introduction. You are leaders in terms of customer centricity, and the products are quite well known. But the question is that there are a lot of emerging technologies which has come, which will come, and it will continuously come. So how do you really mix, and so if there are some examples of really a new technology which you have incorporated to be able to meet your business objectives, things like vision analytics, people talk about it, image analytics and all. So any view on that?
So let me give you two stories.
Right.
Okay. One is for Eureka Forbes, one is not. But let me start with Eureka Forbes. When you do a manufacturing, have a facility and everything, when the product comes out, the factory basically loses the ability to understand how the customer is using it. That's the salesperson's job, that's the service person's job. And that connectivity has always been lost. What we are trying to do is, because we have about a 2 crore customer base in this country, okay? So what we're trying to do is that how can the manufacturing arm and the service arm play a very important role? Because the service person touches the customer. Manufacturing never touches the customer.
Yeah.
So utilizing stream analytics and data,
yeah,
we are passing the feedback back into the factory to make small little changes in order that the next batch gets a better service. It creates a better customer experience.
Right.
Okay. The byproduct of all of this is that we've been able to capture what we call as the TDS of water, the total dissolved solubles in the water, from almost every household which we operate. That becomes a data bank for us to then utilize that for a better cross-sell and upsell facility. Okay, so that's from Eureka Forbes' perspective.
Interesting.
The second story I'm going to give you is, I think, from North America, where I have certain associations with a startup company, that today's day and age, where there is a lot of pressure coming up from profitability and all of that. It deals with adjacencies. This company in North American Calgary, okay, does very high-level detailing of PCB for extremely sensitive industries. Now, in Calgary, it's quite cold. So effectively, the factory has to maintain its temperature inside the factory of about 22 degrees centigrade. But because it's cold, they utilize a lot of gas, okay, and push it into boilers. They heat the gas, they pump the water, and keep it cooling. That factory worked with this startup company to say, I'm already having a large carbon footprint. How can I get an adjacency, second sort of revenue? This company collaborated with this startup, and they utilize the gas which they are utilizing, push it into gas generators, generate the electricity, and push it into Bitcoin mining, because Bitcoin mining produces heat, right? And that heat is then utilized in the factories. So it's the adjacencies. So it's utilizing regenerative, but they go a step further. The carbon emissions which come out are then collected and fed to a nearby cement plant. So effectively, the carbon footprint reduces, generating a second revenue and also ensuring, and it's very interesting of how this happens. So these two examples, if you see, is how factories are utilizing even regenerative ESG.
Fantastic. So, making money through adjacencies, if I may just sum it up. But I think we have almost come to the end of our session. And I think what not we have discussed. We have discussed from Industry 5.0 to sustainability, to waste reduction, to human centricity, adaptability, lighting. We've discussed so many topics, and we've also got some very good examples like, percentage benefits. We've also seen different approaches, stepped approach, integrated approach. I think, fantastic. I think for me, it was really wonderful to learn. But before we close, I think maybe we can take one or two questions.
AI, machine learning, drones, nobody touched upon 5G. We started to see 5G adopted in some manufacturing companies in the US,
Right.
Europe, especially private 5G. So, does anyone in the panelists have the roadmap as far as 5G adoption within your factories concerned?
I can take this case. Yes, there are the sentiments for the 5G. Government and some ISPs has rolled out 5G network also. But I am not sure what the reason, right, till the consumer base for the 5G in enterprises is not increasing. Probably could be the one of the reason could be the investment, right? But as you rightly said, rather than waiting for the ISPs to come out through these public infrastructure, right? We have started working towards our some of the factories. Those are the mega factories. When I say the mega factories, it as mega as our joint venture factories are also in the same premises, so it becomes a more mega, right? So how we can utilize the 5G over there, that we are evaluating. But probably one of the reason could be, according to me, that awareness how the private 5G networks can be really useful in the digital factory, right? Maybe technology leader know it well, but technology leader spelling it to the management or the actually the consumer, right, who is going to get benefited business, would be one of the reason. But we have started the pilot around that one in one of our mega factory. Rightly said, that is one of the opportunity when we look at to this one industry 4.0, because I always say one is infrastructure and another is a road to go to the infrastructure, right? And in that has to be really highway, and connectivity will play a good role on this one.
Any specific use case that you're looking at from 5G standpoint?
No, that is what I'm saying. So that use case identification for private 5G is the one of the challenge, that where we fit it. Right, it is beyond that only the data streaming, but where it fit it, that has to be evaluated.
No, thank you for the question. I think it's a catch-up game. Technology is moving faster, now.
Yes.
And we have to see how well it can. So that's my take on it. But there was one more question from you.
Yeah. So my question would be to Mistry Saab and to Mr. Partha for Havells.
So our development in terms of products also, we are using right kind of, so how sustainability is being used in lighting area is the choice of those LEDs which are there now are very long life. Now we have LEDs which are as long as 1 lakh burning hours. So that are also being considered. Another, we are also controlling a lot of spill light when the new products are coming out. So we are talking about dark sky. All the lights which are there in the outdoor application, we are giving very confined light so that we are avoiding too much of light pollution. So that's where in terms of the product, but yes, this entire thing as sustainability consciousness, we are making sure the control of light is there and also use of components which are there, which are much more long life. And in the processes, we are able to really reduce a lot of wastage. That's how we are able to make ourselves competent in sustainability journey.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I think now we are at the end
Just
of
one
this
question.
discussion. Is there another question? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Couldn't see you.
Actually, if we look at all the other 4 revolutions from 1 to 4, those are like completely a revolution, and you have to adapt it to go further. Okay, and if you don't catch that bus, you will left behind. But look at the 5.0, the sustainability looks like seems to be a choice. So, is there anything that means if it is good for, of course, for the environment and everything, but how can we make sure that people will adopt it, and what is the disadvantage if people don't adopt it? Anyone can answer that.
Anybody wants to answer? Or
Can I
yeah,
take?
please go ahead. Yeah.
So I think you mentioned that this is a choice right now. Yeah, 10 years down the line, it will not be a choice anymore. That is the only. See, I think people who embrace this right now are the ones when you talk about a long-term vision. So one of the things which I mentioned earlier also. Today, what we are talking, and rightly so, I think a lot of businesses, they are looking at productivity improvement, cost savings. And if I talk to my management also, I don't think sustainability right now is the topmost criteria or agenda point in their minds also, yeah. To be very honest and frank here. So this is where, but I think somewhere or the other, slowly and gradually, if you talk only sustainability, there would be government regulations. There are forums which are trying to define, because at the end of the day, the planet needs to survive if we need to survive, right? And the planet has to survive with us. So I think from that perspective, you would, today we can all say it's a choice. We are not getting any benefits, or I cannot see an ROI good enough to support my investment into sustainability. Although there are definitely areas in sustainability where it is giving us cost efficiencies. Yeah. So I think those may be the low hanging fruits in your organizations. Also, you first look at, if I do something which is sustainable as well as giving me a cost improvement, those are the first ones you target. But on a broader platform, you will need to invest in it, because 10 years down the line, it will not be a choice anymore for you. Yeah, you will have to do it. I mean, it's a necessity.
And by the way, I
which
think
will-
even Industry 4.0 was not a push. I think it was the same thing, right? It
Actually,
started, and even now it's not there. I think it's a journey. You keep, see, all of these things can coexist, right? You know, you have complex, large plants. So some might have 30-year-old, 40-year-old machines. You suddenly can't move to Industry 4.0. So I think it's a journey. And as Surbi mentioned, I think, you know, it's a choice, right? Do we do it? We don't do it. Even Industry 4.0, 3.0, many people have not done it, right? For example.
And revolution has a social impact. I think
yes.
Industry 1.4, 1 to 3, if you look at this one, and the way the society has changed. There is a good book on the technology and democracy. Right? These are the two different things. The societies have also changed. It was easier to enforce the technology or revolution in earlier societies. Now the human being,
right.
I mean, societies are also more aware. So you cannot enforce it. It has to be adopted. And that is what the Surbi says. Probably 10 years down the line, people will adopt. Correct. And they will force rather to adopt these practices because it was the era of capitalization. it is era of social. Yeah, so these are changing.
But thank you for the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for the responses. I think I want to thank ITP once again, and thank you all the panelists. It was really, I enjoyed the discussions. I'm sure you would have done the same actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would request Mr. Abhinav Vashish, National Head Industrial Segment Havells India, and Hafiz Sheikh, who is the business head for manufacturing today, to come on stage to felicitate the panel members.
It brings in a lot of dimensions. I think the first and foremost thing being that you continue with your Industry 4.0 journey, whatever technologies that you have been using, that obviously you need to scale, whether it's IoT, AI, machine learning, AR, VR, and other technologies. Second is the fact that given that we are now trying to progress towards Industry 5.0, the need for building a lot more sustainability, fusing that into your operations becomes critical. This whole aspect about people centricity, that is important. One also has to factor in the supply chain integration, because that is going to be very, very integral to the whole future factory, because you really need a lot more visibility into your supply chain and a lot more data that you need to be able to make sure that you're able to produce products just in time and have it sent to your customers. Of course, there are challenges and opportunities as it relates to the space. There are aspects related to cost, how much it will cost to implement solutions. There is the people dimension. Today, we have a challenge in terms of skills that we have who are working in the shop floors. That is one aspect. Third is, of course, manufacturing industry. Certain parts are regulated. So how do you comply with your regulations? That becomes a factor. So all these are important dimensions that one needs to consider. Now, to talk about all these respective dimensions, we are going to have our panelists. First, we are kind of splitting it into 2 rounds. So what we are going to do is, in the first round, we are going to get them to share specifically within their own factories how they have been adopting technologies, Industry 4.0, and how they have seen business impact. Second round will be all about how they are kind of preparing themselves for the future. We'll try to finish this by around 4:10 or so that we can take a couple of questions and then conclude the session. So on that note, let me start the panel. So I'm going to start with Mr. Lakshman Mahale. Sir, you come with 30 years of experience in the industry. I'm so sorry. I'm going to start with Mr. Lakshman Mahale, who's the business head for Mahindra Steel. So, sir, you come with 30 years of experience in the industry. You call yourself as a EV enthusiast, a lean manufacturing practitioner, and I really like, your whole Mahindra sustainability framework. And one thing which I picked up is that it says, make sustainability personal. I think that was something which is very powerful. But, given your rich experience in the industry and Mahindra Steel, one of the first organized steel service centers in India, and perhaps one of the top 10 globally when you look at steel servicing, how have you all progressed in terms of your Industry 4.0 journey? What specific use cases that you are using these technologies? What kind of business impact that you have been seeing after you have implemented these technologies, Mr. Lakshman?
Yeah, so I think it is very difficult session for all of the speakers sitting over here to keep you alive and engaged. I think alive is a wrong word, engaged. So basically, to share about my company, we are into steel management of Mahindra and Mahindra, and also we are into electrical vehicle motor core manufacturing, which is the need of the future now. And we also have a business activity, we call it as a Zero, where actually auto recycling of 15-year-old vehicles or the end of the line vehicles will be done by us. So we were the first corporate company to join hands with Indian government to work on that. So this is the small background. Now coming to our topic of today, how we have implemented digitization, Industry 4.0, and how we are benefited from this initiative. So we will say actually whether it is Industry 4.0 or the Industry 5, it is basically a journey. It is a continuous improvement progress we call. So they both are actually hands in hand, and there are different challenges while implementing or while moving on this journey. We actually manage a huge amount of steel required for the auto industry. So in monthly we handle about 40 to 50,000 of steel. So you can imagine what is the steel, the amount we are handling. So we face certain challenges, and we thought that let us start digitalization or industry IoT where there are problems. So as an industry personnel, I always think we can do anything, but for what and at what cost? So these both questions are very important. The purpose is important and ROI is important. And third, very much important is the question raised in the previous panel discussion about the sustainability and safety hazards on the shop floor. So as a plant head, actually we identified these key crucial areas or the pains of the plant heads, where there is actually problem. So we identified that managing the steel inventory is a big problem. So the first digitization experience or experiment as a pilot we have completed on that. The on-time inventory at 7 factories all over India, managing that without any disruption in Mahindra and Mahindra's production line was a key challenge, because there were multiple factories, there were multiple products. We have to supply steel of different sizes, grades, thicknesses to M&M, Mahindra and Mahindra, as well as to their vendors. So it was a very Herculean task and challenge in front of us, which we actually addressed with this initiative. So that was the first pilot, and we actually invested and we got lot of benefits out of that. So this was the first in-house project. The second project we implemented on the same thing, when in the manufacturing plant like ours, we have identifying the coil itself is a big challenge. So we have implemented second project of this, how an operator can identify a coil in a, say about, there are 4,000 to 5,000 of coils stacked up one over the other. So the person who is actually utilizing that coil or searching that coil, that crane operator, was crying from last 4 to 5 years, sir, it is not practically possible for me to bring that coil into 2 minutes. So we say we have always fight, we are losing time for the machine is idle for not getting the right type of the coil available. So we address this question, this pain area second, and we got dramatic advantage and the benefit out of that. So the coil searching time has reduced literally from 22 minutes to 1.5 minutes. So we actually have mapped the XY axis. There is a mechanism to check that coil situation or the position rather, and the operator just understand I want to have this coil, so he will directly go to that position and he will bring the coil. So that was the real game changer, and the adaptivity of the people was very high because of that, because it was the pain area for them. So when a plant head is addressing the pain area, their involvement and engagement increases, and it has given advantage for the culture improvement also, because we have Kaizen culture and the unionized people always there is a challenge, हमें क्या मिलने वाला है? So when you address their pain areas, they will start engaging in your business activities, in your TPM journey and all these activities. So the next target we have taken is the reducing the breakdowns to zero. We are the first service center in India to have TPM JIPM award. So we have implemented this on a critical machine. So there we selected 2 critical machine. One, as in the morning we discussed, hazardous machine, that is die casting, and the other is the slitting machine, where that was the only one machine, so it was bottleneck machine. So we have applied all these TPM principles. Again, there was a challenge because these machines were 25 years old. So how to adopt, how to make these machines convergent with IoT enabled sensors, IoT enabled mechanisms, the programs. So it was a big challenge. But again, with the development of the team, with the development of the sources we have internally, and our philosophy is not everything to buy from outside. We always try to inculcate the thinking that people should be given empowerment, people should be trained on various key aspects. We send people across. We have Mahindra Institute of Quality where we have digitization programs. We train our employees over there. We train our unionized labor electricians also there, and they actually started participating and giving improvements in that. So I think these are the three very important areas where we have implemented these key IoT concepts, and we actually attacked the pain areas first. That was our philosophy of implementing IoT and Industry 4.0, which has resulted into, if you say in terms of PQCDSM, as a plant head, it is always important to achieve PQCDSM parameter. What was my productivity, what was my quality, what was my cost, what is my delivery, and what is my moral? We measure that in terms of kaizens. So on all these parameters, what was the most important was safety. So because of the identification of the right coil at minimum time, the safety has improved, which is not measurable. So for us as a Mahindra philosophy, we always care for safety first. So that is the first advantage. In terms of coil searching time has reduced from 22 minutes to 1.5 minutes, which has increased my productivity by about 7 to 8% on slating machine. So that is a measurable benefit management had received. So it was very, very important aspect in terms of productivity improvement. In terms of other die casting and slating machine making breakdown zero, or we call it as killing the phenomena, we have killed about 13 phenomena which was causing breakdowns. So though the machine was not zero breakdown, but it has reached at least a die casting machine, which is always a challenge to maintain at a zero breakdown, we are very close to that zero breakdown. So this was the learning benefits from implementing this IoT initiative at my plant.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lakshman, for sharing that. I think you mentioned that it's always going to be a journey. You said identifying those problem areas, getting the people involved, seeing what are the benefit for them, and also thank you for quantifying some of those business metrics, right? I think it's very, very powerful. Thank you for that. Let me move to Pushkar Gokhale. So Pushkar, you are the business head for the Godrej and Boyce Security Solutions Division, one of the largest manufacturer of security products, be it home security or institutional security, global presence. And I think you coined this word called Secure 4.0, manifestation of tech-enabled, intelligent, connected devices, right? So from your vantage point, in terms of within Godrej, whether it's within the factory or whether in the supply chain or even in their products, how have you fused some of these technologies like IoT, AI, machine learning? How is it being used? What are the benefits that you've been seeing so far? Pushkar.
I'll just quickly take you through the philosophy which we adopted. When we essentially look at digital, it's something which is a fabric, I would say, which runs through our entire organization. And when I say that, I think, and you spoke about the manifestation of connected devices and all that, but the first thing wherein this digital actually impacts is in terms of our innovation and the new product development. So digital is a part of that. The second, also equally critical, is the sales and marketing effectiveness, because that's the second pillar where again there is an involvement of digital. The third element for us, and that is where I think we talk about what we do. We actually provide peace of mind at home and at work. So, and that is where I think customer experience counts. So when we look at digital, I think the third piece is about how do we really give customer experience, how do we really offer customer service. And the fourth, which is of course very important, and from today's perspective, I think the context in which we are talking about is on the manufacturing side, on the supply chain side, as to how we can build supply chain excellence through the digital initiatives. And I'll talk a little bit about that, but where I come from is, when we look at a combination of man and machine, we are a factory where there's a lot of labor element. And when we talk about implementing initiatives, and I many a times talk about it, that you talk about OT to IT. So I of course talk about operational technologies and things like that. But for me, I think we have come a long way from an overtime enabled. So when I say OT, it's overtime enabled to an IT enabled era. I think I'm sure all of you who are into manufacturing have gone through this entire journey. And I think that is where the core lies, as to when there are a lot of people in the factory, how do you really direct that or bring in that shared vision? How do you communicate to your labor force? How do you communicate with your workmen, telling them that, okay, you got to be aligned with the philosophy which we are now getting into? And I think that was the key for us, because getting their buy-in was very important. Otherwise, you do things in silos, they keep operating in silos, and you never get that alignment. So that was the first thing which we addressed. And then, of course, I think the entire journey has been very exciting. There has been a lot of cooperation from the workmen. And what we have actually now done is that we have connected machines. We have been able to build digital around our key machines, wherein there's a lot of data which comes in. And when I say data, I think there again, there is a lot of data which comes in. So how do you really decipher that? And as a CXO, for me, I think what is important is how do I get this data as a lead indicator for me? Because many a times what happens is that if you get the data afterwards as a lag indicator, you just can't do anything. So how can you get data which is critical? How can you get data points converted into information which is more like a lead indicator? So I'll just share with you how we look at it from two perspectives. One is, of course, from a maintenance point of view. So when I have these critical machines which are connected, the data points which we generate are around what is the downtime of the machines. And that is something which actually tells us a lot about predictive maintenance. So that is one part of it. The second part, I think, is also equally critical, and that is where I think the manufacturing and the marketing teams are actually aligned. Is that, see, because we have number of machines, we have number of product lines. Now, is there a way we can identify which machines are idle for more time? And that actually gives us an indication as to which product line is performing well, which product line or which machines are not having enough load. So that information actually, when we feed it to the marketing teams, we can actually decide on a strategy that if a particular product line, if a particular machine set of machines is not really loaded, so how do we dovetail that into our strategy of bringing more orders of that? So just to put in a simple term, how can I increase that business and load that? So how do I utilize my entire machinery is the whole whole concept which we work on. And I think I can give you only one indicator which I can talk about is in terms of the operating or the usage or the operating effectiveness of our machines. I think that has gone up by more than 20%. So that has actually really helped us on these two fronts. So that's how we essentially look at roping in digital. And I think the future, of course, is quite exciting. And of course, I'll talk about it as we go along. Yeah.
Right. Thanks for sharing that. I think you started by talking about customer experience, this whole peace of mind, so critical, right? So then you also talked about a very important point. You talked about alignment of vision, because many times you might have a vision that is articulated, it doesn't perpetuate through the whole organization. There's always misalignment, functions don't align, and then you might have the best technology, but the strategy is going to fail. So I think very good point that you brought there. And also the predictive maintenance. I think unplanned downtime is a big challenge today.
Yeah.
We're able to reduce the cost of maintenance of machines is important. So thank you for sharing those perspectives. Let me move to Mr. A.K. Sharma. Sir, you come from an industry, very, very competitive industry, the tire industry, and you all are making tires for both agri, industrial, OTR vehicles, and with a global presence. And I really, while I was researching about your company, I liked your motto. It says that growing together, not only inclusion, but also environmental stewardship. I think that was a very nice use of words there. And a lot of initiatives from your side on the sustainability front. As per my understanding, you all were the first to create your own carbon black plant, right? That's very interesting. So can you share in terms of within your factory or any other areas in your operation, how you have leveraged digital technologies? What's the impact that you have seen after you have adopted it, Mr. Sharma?
So coming to the digital technology first, let me first tell us the background of our company. BKT Balkash Industries was established in 1987. At that time, no one was knowing what is BKT. We started from Aurangabad and we were manufacturing only defense tires. But the game was changed in 1998 when the management decided to go for off-highway tires. Off-highway tires are not the automotive, they are used in agriculture, construction, mining, port application like that. So we started making the tires for the European market first to see what they feel about our quality. And you will be happy to note within 2 years, they started giving a lot of orders to us. And our Aurangabad plant was now falling short. So we took first brownfield project in Bhiwadi, which is near Gurgaon, and we started making radial tires there, agriculture radial tires for the first time, all tubeless tires. Now, when the agriculture radial tires went to the European market, because Europe was the first market for us, then there lot of very good responses come. We started flooding with the orders, and then there again shortage of space, and we took over a greenfield project just nearby in Chopanki, which is near to Bhiwadi only, and we started making first all steel radial tire there. Now all steel radial tires are again for the mining sector. So putting quality into practice, because we are even today we are very proud to say that our company is management driven, quality is top down driven. So whatever management feels, and the full team goes behind that, and that is the success. To be very frank, sir, Mr. Sunil, let me tell you that last 15 years, our company is 25% Y-on-Y growth.
Oh.
And today, even today, you see now, I think 2012, we started again in Bhuj, which is the biggest plant at single location in the world. We don't have any competition of CEAT, no MRF, no JK, no CEAT. They are not our competitors. Our main competitors are top 2 companies. I don't know name those companies, but you know what are those 2 global companies. We are competing with that. Now, challenge, right? You rightly said, 80% contextual people are working in BKT. Now, with that kind of people, and to make world-class product. So, first thing what we did is, the company has become people-centric. Now, when we talk of people-centric, 3-4 mantras we did, sir. Just I would like to share with all of you. Rather than finding fault with them, we started taking the best out of the better. So that was the first concept. Secondly, we have improved the work environment for the all workforce on the shop floor. Like Bhiwadi, Chopangi are extreme climate areas. So there we provide all air handling units throughout the plant. We flooded the plant with cooling air. So that in the summer, the people are very comfortable for working. And in winters, again we provided some hot blowing into that system to maintain temperature of 20-25 degrees centigrade. So people started stopping in houses, they started coming to the plant because the air was comfortable, climate was better. We started giving good food to them. Even we have got a common canteen in all the plants where even we also go and take the same food, where the contextual person takes the food. I mean, a lot of shop floor and low profile company where the results are required, that's all. So that is how we started the journey. Now coming to the automation part, I will tell you phase by phase how we did it. Whatever shortcoming was there in our first plant, we did cover in the second plant. Then again, based on the customer requirement, we started making improvements for the third plant. And like on, today, let me share with you, we have got auto carbon charging unit, auto chemical units, auto control system throughout the plant, and also at every location, we have got a system where digitization has taken place. All biometric system is there. Okay. Then all the emails, SAP implementation, everything we have done. Third point which I would like to share with all of you, that no company in India is making 3500 SKUs in a company. We are making 3500 SKUs. Sizes, tire sizes are 3500. And every year we are making 100 new sizes. And you will not believe, which is proud to share with all of you, that there is no collaboration. It is all indigenous. So, I mean, that kind of culture BKT has started, and we feel proud to be BKTian. So that is one thing. Another thing is, it's a sort of big bazaar. You go to big bazaar, take a basket, whatever you want, put it. Like this, BKT does. If you are the customer, you want 50 tires, okay, I will give it to you. You tell us your requirement. So that is how we grew. So our size changes, our quality requirement, because it goes more than 160 countries in the world. So how to satisfy the customer? So we take the requirement. Okay, it is going to Gulf countries. Climate is extreme. Okay, it is going to, let us say, Mexico. It is going to Ukraine or some snow areas. So accordingly we change and design the compound. So it is all customer driven. So every customer wants to focus on us, and that is how we grew. So first part, we are people centric. Even today, we have a culture of celebrating quality month, like other industries must be saying. So we motivate those workforce every year. We recognize them, and whatever session they give, we implement them. Third thing what we are doing at BKT is that the existing machines, we are trying to modify them with lot of automation. Recently, sir, in Pune-based company, I came across doing IRC. I just want to share one story with all of you. We are making ultra-gent OTR tires for mining, 14R57, with the weight of one tire is 4 ton and height is 12 feet. So that tire is taking 11 hours to cure. Now building takes 8 hours. Now during the tire building, what goes inside, how much pressure goes, what is the centric of the compound and everything, we don't know, because nobody can stand for 8 hours. So we hired that company, they devised a system, put a device into the panel, and they are now recording everything and putting on the dashboard what is going inside the tire. So if the operator make mistakes or builder make mistakes, there will be an alert system, real-time alert system. So all those kind of automation we are doing it today to improve the built-in quality. So I mean automation, people centricity and our digitization, all things are going hand in hand. So this is first instance what I want to say.
Right.
Then I will share in second instance what we are going to do for 5.0.
Right. No, thank you. I think you brought in a very important dimension, taking care of the people, people focus, people centricity. Then you also shared about in your whole journey, whatever challenges that you faced in your first plant, you took those learnings to make improvements in second.
Yes.
You also talked about being like a one-stop shop, a complete solution, right? So rather than a customer going to multiple people, you said that you will take ownership and provide a complete solution. So I think great points. Thanks for that. Let me move to Anand Katti. So you had customer satisfaction and delight function for Trump. And products are wide-ranging, right? Machines and systems, lasers, power electronics, power tools. 100-year-old history, Anand. I never knew that you're so old. But when you look at Trump and the fact that you're from Germany and you associate yourself with a country like Germany, always at the forefront, they are the ones who coined the term Industry 4.0. So can you share how within your organization, especially in India, how have you adopted these technologies? Any learnings from your parent company that you have perhaps taken in your whole journey, Anand?
Yeah, thank you, Sunil. I think I would like to start with giving some idea about Kroom, because many of you probably don't know about Kroom because the forum that I see are not directly connected with sheet metal. So we are a technology company out of Ditzingen near Stuttgart. It's a family-owned company. It's completing 100 years this year, and we are proud to say that the family has grown this company into nearly 5 billion euro company. And we are a technology company. That is what I started with. Why I say that? Because we invest 10% of our earnings into R&D. And the latest breakthrough that we have done in our technology is harnessing the lightning to save lives. So using laser for doing that. And that's amazing. I mean, how many of us can connect to these things for countries like India where lightning can cause so much of destruction? So that is what we stand for. Now coming to today's topic of factory is directly connected to manufacturing, and that's why we are talking about this subject. But before that, there is a word called SMART, and I would like to use SMART as an acronym. And for me, SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, result-oriented, and time-bound. And this is what precisely, I am able to connect with this subject and what we do in our company back in Germany as well. So because we manufacture machines, and in this podium, probably I'm the only person who is a machine provider to all the end users. Yeah. So I'm in a way a little different from most of the speakers. Of course, in the morning session, we had a couple of them from capital equipment manufacturers. But we also need a manufacturing setup, right? So we bring our experience in our manufacturing setup into our equipments, wherein we can benefit our customers. And that's the big advantage I think we have when we are, sitting in these kind of forums and discussing with our customers. Now coming to, in context with India, if you look at the customers to whom we serve, is really widespread. Probably there would be only 10% of corporate customers and 90% of them would be job shoppers. So every customer is going to have a different DNA. And when we talk about manufacturing, I think most of the factories are started to make profits. They are not there for charity. And if they are for profits, how it can be a sustainable profit is so very critical. And that is where I think, whether you call it Industry 4.0, Industry 5.0, is all that to support that profitability and sustainability of the profits. Now, that's why, because every customer is unique and having unique DNA, it's very important to understand this customer's pains and try to coin a solution for him. And that's why I said that customer delight. Yeah. And why we talk about customer delight, because everybody's need will be different. So for me, when it comes to this Future 6 Smart Factory, it could be as simple as, providing a customer portal and a service app wherein the reaction time to attend to a customer's call is minimized. And that essentially means it is increasing productivity for the customer. That means his profitability, and that profitability means sustainable operations for him. And we have achieved up to about 8% of such improvement for our customers in India, who are really small customers having one machine or maybe two machines. Now going one level up, if I need to go beyond this, for any manufacturing setup, there is going to be a flow of material. There is going to be something upstream, there is going to be something downstream. And in last couple of decades, from mass manufacturing, we have gone to mass customization. And when you move into that phase, it's very important for all of us to understand that process becomes very critical, because to maintain that profitability in mass customization is not easy. And having process knowledge is very, very critical. And with that process knowledge, if we are able to manage these aspects, I think that is what we make the change. And so working very closely with customers, understanding their DNA, looking at their demographics, because the DNA is different because of their demographics, because how the plant is laid out, how the machine is kept, what is their incoming stuff, what is the outgoing stuff, is every element is important. And from that perspective, I think we sit and help our customers. So when I move into that phase of any customer, we have actually set and quantified that savings can be up to 25 to 30% for their and achieving that productivity. So it's a big deal. I mean, while it's not just a topic of discussion, I think it's with us where the rubber actually touches the road. Because manufacturing tires is one piece, but if it's not touching the road, you're not going to get traction. Yeah. So I believe that is what we try to do as solution providers to our customers.
Right, thanks Anand. I think great insight. So you started by saying that it's business is there for profits, right? So how we sustain those profits is obviously going to be very critical. And they're very interesting that you said that your customers, each one have their own DNA, which means that it calls for a lot of hyper personalization, trying to provide products specific to a customer need. Solutions. Not so easy. Yeah, solutions. Yeah. It's not easy to do.
We have moved beyond products, because products are incidental now. The solution for the customer is what is important.
Yeah, that's what people want. They want a complete solution rather than just a specific product. And thanks for expanding on the word smart, specific, measurable, realistic, and time bound. Great. Let me move on to Mr. Shastri. So Mr. Shastri, you are a veteran in the industry, 32 years of experience. And you are the head of the Renukot plant, if I'm not mistaken, 1962. Is when it is commissioned, right? If you just look at the chemical business, very, very resource intensive in terms of labor, in terms of energy usage, raw material. So it isn't really easy when you look at wanting to adopt digital technologies, say within a chemical factory, right? So can you take us through a journey? What are the use cases that you've implemented within your factory? What's the business impact that you have seen, Mr. Shastri?
Yeah. Chemical industry is known as a dirty business. But without which you cannot see any development that we are seeing today here. The standard of life has significantly enhanced because of the use of chemicals, right from food to the entire where we live in. Having said that, I come from an industry which produces very high inflammable chemical known as hydrogen, which everybody now understands, green hydrogen. Hydrogen is talked a lot about. And then chlorine gas, highly toxic. But without chlorine gas, you cannot make 50 odd medicines which are used in daily life. So highest level of integration through the IoTs that we are talking about a lot. Even then we used to have MLCs, PLCs and now DCS and IoTs. When it comes to the, you said about the think of tomorrow smart factories, our philosophy is think tomorrow, think of tomorrow today. When I say think of tomorrow today is, where do I land next 5 years, 10 years, 25 years down the line? And in the last 25 years, the generations, the technology upgradation that has taken in my industry is 3 to 5 years every time it's getting changed. And if you go back to the industry that you are talking about in 1962, 64, nothing is there of the old nature. Totally refurbished, you will see a totally different plant, though it started in 1964. So 5 times it has changed. Now when I talk to the, think of tomorrow today, and very rightly the future ready, are you future ready? Are we future ready? While Mr. Mahale was talking about the IoT is required wherever they are required to put. For us it is production, safety, environment and health. We run the plant with completely integrated distributed control systems and there are interlocks. If any ranges of the process variables go beyond a limit, plant is shut. And the entire system is, all the waste gases will get into the absorption system and will make a product out of that. Chemical industry today has to be responsibly caring, not only the employees, the entire community. When it comes to digitalization, 50 to 60% of our processes are already automated and interconnected. I am very happy to say today, the Aditya Birla group where I come from, it has several verticals. I come from Grasim Industries. Aditya Birla group has 237 manufacturing units across the globe, which is present in 36 countries. All 237 manufacturing sites are connected to a software known as Enablon, which is a French company, and it talks about where are my safety parameters, where are my environmental parameters, health parameters, human rights parameters, all the GRI requirements. With a click of that, I can see that where my site in US or Germany, Novalis, I can see that. So that is the level of digitalization that happens. Look, sitting here, I can see what is the operational parameters of my plant, which we said central manufacturing cockpit. The business that I come from is chlor-alkali business, which you have 8 sites, all are interconnected. I can see that, I can see weather, I can also see, we have recently tied up with an Israel company known as Pure Bio Clean, which gives us the technology about how my ETP is running. And the dashboard gives me several levels and layers of dashboard. For me as a site head, I want to see only the green. There is a circle where I am red, yellow or green. I look at it. The moment it is green, I said, okay, now it is running well. Then different levels, an operating manager, a site manager and a functional manager. Each one has a level of that, and it is available to all 15 key people in my plant. With a click at the mobile, they can see, and wherever there is a parameter which goes away, they will get an automated SMS alert. So the factories that have to be really smart, they have to be now using the digitalization wherever it is required, otherwise we cannot really make our plant safe, profitable, of course, as he said, profit, but profit plus. What is that profit plus? Profit plus is all about sustainability, and I will just share in half a minute about the story of COVID-19. When it was in the boom, everybody was talking about disinfection, how to do that, and mine is the only company in UP which makes bleaching powder and water chemicals. There was a notice by the district collector to stop the plant across, and when I called him, sir, should I stop the plant? He said, yes, obviously, but how will you get the bleaching powder that I am supplying to 16 districts of UP? So suddenly I got a call from Chief Minister Office, Chief Secretary, and then he said, no, you can't stop it, please run.
In fact, I was getting lime raw material from Rajasthan, and I was in UP. You can understand Rajasthan and UP, the political scenarios. They said that we will not give you lime from Rajasthan because you are UP. I don't want to say the political scenarios. So that day, we till then we had the complete GPS system for our finished products. We have a central control tower, wherever my caustic, wherever my hydrogen goes, all are controlled. But we didn't have this for our supply material, inbound logistics. And that's where we started. Today, 4 lime trucks are traveling from Rajasthan, and I get a message that you have 4 trucks, 3 are coming, one is stuck up somewhere. So that is the level of communication that we are in. How are we connected, with what level of information that we are working matters to us to run the plants, whether it is chemical, whatever it is. And that COVID-19 has taught us 2 lessons. One is we have learned how to be virtually talking, but at the same time we have missed the human touch. Probably the future ready industry 5 will talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Mr. Shastri. I think touched upon some very, very valid points. I think what is very clear is that you are fairly mature in terms of your adoption of technology. 237 plants connected from one integrated dashboard. I think that's fantastic. You spoke about productivity, safety, environmental and health, how tech can be used to this. And then the important point, profit plus sustainability. I think this is a topic that we've been discussing right since morning, but you brought in that dimension as well again. Thank you. So let me reverse the round. Let me start with Mr. Shastri, and we'll really make this quick because I'm conscious of time. So I request all the panelists to maybe take 2-3 minutes to respond to the second question. So we spoke about the current scenario. So let's talk about the future. So Mr. Shastri, as we look into transition from 4 to 5, and also the fact that we are going to definitely deal with a lot of unknowns. We really don't know how the overall global geopolitical situation will play out. We have a liquidity crisis as we speak, and so many other challenges. Supply chain issues still continue. So given all these factors, how is Grasim and the group as such preparing itself for the future to deal with all these uncertainties?
Thank you very much. I'll just steal a word from Mr. Anand about mass production to mass customization. See, that's a point which really is very important. How are we bringing that human-centric approach, the human touch that has been missing? In the race for the efficiency improvement, we have gone too far. Have you reached the level of exploitation of natural resources? We have seen the natural supply chain disruption. Very recently, China breakdown and no coal availability, no power availability. I have my own captive power plant. I didn't have coal is there, but I don't get the coal. I was told that communication is coming from the Home Ministry to give me 1 rack of coal. So that is the level of disruption that has happened. So there the network of people and by trucks, when I connect to the people, when I contact to the people, when I did service during the COVID had immensely helped me. I was really surprised the way people were coming to me and help. Oh, this factory has given us bleaching powder, disinfection, and they need to be given that, we need that. So the connectivity, human centricity and quality of life, of course, and innovation is a continuous journey, and sustainability. In the earlier session, somebody was asking, is it a choice? It's no more a choice. We don't have 10 more years with us. We are already in there, and we have to be sustainable, whatever we are doing, and that has to come. Like Industry 1, we started here, 2, 3, 4, like a thread. Now we have to turn it around, make a circle, and circular economy is very important. For us at Grasim and ABG, circular economy is so important for us. I'll give one example of my 2 businesses. Hindalco makes huge quantity of red mud waste, which is being used by the cement Ultratech. So that's how we are working, and we say we all should know what ABG means Aditya Birla Group, so much of it within us to integrate within businesses. And beyond that, I come from Alkali Manufacturer Association of India. I head their technical committee. Now we are working to work collaboratively, all the 40 industries. What can we do for the country in terms of safety, environment and sustainability? We are very much on the path. We hope in the next 3 to 5 years, we are going to have a plan for Indian chloralkali than Grasim, Renuput or Reliance Industries at Dahej.
No, thank you. Thank you. So again, sustainability. So I read somewhere, someone said sustainability is digital, which clearly means that you cannot have a separate sustainability strategy and a separate digital strategy. Perhaps you must have one confluence of both of them working together, given the impact of digital technologies on sustainability. Mr. Anand, your views on what is your organization? How are you all planning for the future?
Yeah, I think as you mentioned in the introduction that I come from German company, so Industry 4.0 was coined by by the Germans. Similarly, one of the another important terms that you see in Europe is VUCA. VUCA is vulnerability, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Now, for me, that is VUCA 1.0 for because we cannot live with that kind of pessimism. I believe that we as an organization, and I personally am pretty optimistic, so I try to create my own VUCA, and I call it as VUCA 2.0, wherein it is vision, it is understanding, it is courage, and it is agility. Because if management is giving you vision, and we heard about that in the morning sessions, then we have got our CXOs in IT firm who are giving this vision. Then comes the understanding. Are we percolating this understanding down the line? It's so very critical. And from that understanding, do we have courage to take decisions? Because if you don't take decisions, nothing is going to happen. And we have to be agile in our actions because we may have to change the course during the movement itself. So if we are able to achieve VUCA 2.0, I'm pretty confident that we are all going to be ready to address these challenges. And there are 3 simple mantras for this, if I could use that concept. One of the most important thing is empowerment. Empowerment is so very important to people because that is going to give them courage. Second important aspect is there has to be focus on improvement, and whosoever are people who can contribute to that should be ready to support. So empowerment, improvement and support are the 3 pillars with VUCA 2.0 where we can make the success happen, and we believe in that. Yeah.
You had great points. Thanks. Mr. Sharma?
Sir, only 2-3 minutes which you have given, I will try to sum up. First of all, let me tell you about a small example of circular economy and the supply chain management crisis. Now, you touched upon a very sensitive point, carbon black manufacturing. This speaks of both. Year 2017, globally there was shortage of carbon, globally. And we also hunted everywhere, we did not find carbon, even Russia also. At that time, our management decided to go for our own manufacture carbon black plant in Bhuj. We took some people from Philips Carbon, High-Tech Carbon, Birla, and we started manufacturing carbon. Today, we are making 500 tons metric per day carbon black. And our own requirements are being met, and we are supplying to our OEM customers of tires also, our carbon black. Now, as far as circular economy is concerned, let me tell you the input for the carbon black is the scrap of Reliance Petrochemical. We are taking that, we are processing that into carbon black, and whatever tail gases are coming, we are using those tail gases to run the boiler, and we are saving 30% of coal consumption. And we are running our own power plant. So whatever byproduct of steam coming, from that we are curing the tires. So overall 25 to 30% of consumptions of fuel we have saved in BKT through this circular economy as well as running a carbon plant. Now coming to what we are going to do in future, as you asked, let me share with all of you, BKT has already entered in Industry 5.0. We have put robotics in Bhuj plant, and they are being used for auto spraying our tires, which are being used before vulcanization. That is one of the process of manufacturing which is required for easy vulcanization of tires. So that robotics has been taken into place. Now we are going to horizontally deploy this robotics to other plants of like in Bhiwadi, Chopanki and Aurangabad. So this is what we are going to do. One more thing I would like to share, as I told you, when we put up our own plants, we could do further automation. So in Waluj we have put 2 more plants, and there we have started ASRS system of storage, raw material and finished goods, automated storage and retrieval system, and that is working very well. So these are 2 new developments I thought I would like to share with you.
And thank you, Mr. Sharma. Pushkar, how are you seeing the future? How are you preparing for it?
So I think when we look at Industry 4.0 or Industry 5.0, I think these are all journeys. And I think it is very difficult to say whether we have reached, say, we've achieved Industry 4.0 or we've reached Industry 5.0. But I think when I look at Godrej per se, we've gone through 125 years of legacy. And I think when we look at the particular term called resilience, I think we have that as a part of our DNA, I would say. And I think we believe in one thing that, it is the good work or the kind of work which we do during these times, during the good times, which actually helps us build resilience into the times which we've gone through. I mean, the pandemic or whatever. I mean, we've really sustained that in a very effective manner. And when we look at this entire journey of 125 years maintaining this leadership position, I think we already have that resilience built into the organization as a part of it. So that's one part of it. The second thing I would say is on the sustainability aspect. And when I look at it, I think, and I think Anand, you also spoke about it. I think it is about the commitment of the senior management. And when I reflect within our organization, I see Mr. Godrej himself driving the climate agenda, driving the entire ESG agenda. In fact, we have already signed the Energy Productivity 100, that's the EP 100 protocol, and which basically says that we should be improving our energy productivity by 100%, by 2030. So that's where we are. We are already water neutral. So there is a lot of work which we've already done on the sustainability area as well. So I think when we talk about the triple bottom line, that's the people, planet, and prosperity. I think we are already doing a lot. We as a group are, I would say, ahead of the curve as far as that is concerned. So you may call it Industry 4.0 or classify that as Industry 5.0, but there is a lot which we've done. The last piece, I think, which when I look at the future, I think is going to be about how do we create an ecosystem around this entire sustainability part, because I think one single organization or few organizations just can't really make it. So when you talk about sustainability, I think it has to be the entire ecosystem. So what we are working on, again a journey, is how do we align our vendors? How do we get alignment of our suppliers into this entire ecosystem which will be following the sustainability agenda? So this entire, how do we really create this ecosystem around driving this sustainability? And that I think there is a lot of work which we are doing with our vendors, with our supplier community, and that I think is going to really be the key to make it to that. So that's I think is more about how we look at the future. So expanding it, to the entire fraternity. Yeah.
I think great point that whole ethos is kind of driven from the top. And you made a very, very valid point. This whole ecosystem has to be looked at from a sustainability standpoint, because Scope 1 emissions, which are largely confined to your own company, is the easiest thing to do. Scope 2, your supply chain, a little more difficult. But Scope 3, when you're going beyond your supply chain, I think that is the most challenging part. How do you get that ecosystem together? I think that's a great point that you brought, and I think it's work in progress. Needs all stakeholders to come together.
Journey, I would say.
So, Lakshman, how are you looking at the future from your standpoint?
So good evening again. In my company, actually, yes, it is the same way like Godrej. It is a legacy company, so we have vision, we have different long-term goals, and then we have goals for the society as well as goals for the sustainability. So this is the the important backdrop where we in total ecosystem we are operating in Mahindra Group. So every Mahindra company has to have sustainability target and carbon footprint reduction year on year, and that is tracked and monitored by the group office. So this is the scientific measurement of carbon footprint measurement is a compulsory for all group companies. So sustainability, of course, is no doubt we are striving very hard, and we are taking advantage of digitization in that as well, how we can track our different projects at a group level and how sustainability can be further improved. So yes, this is very, very important aspect. Now coming to the digitization and the way ahead in our plant. So basically we have decided to work on 2 or 3 major structures. we have every company top management have their dashboards. So what we have decided now, that let us percolate that dashboard at the medium management level as well and down the level as well, because every person has a different requirement. Say the line supervisor is very critical about in his shift there should be no breakdown. So that particular data is very much needed by him. Maintenance electrician or maintenance person is very much concerned that whatever the preventive maintenance measures he is taking, whether that can be made available at the front desk, so that real time data can be captured by him and he is available for continuous improvement rather than go personally there physically measure the temperature, pressure, current or something like that. So all this real time data, so we are actually working on 3 levels. On the down the line, what is actually needed real time data measurement, instead of that use that people for the improvement projects. In the middle management level, basically whatever the data we are getting, the important point is we in a organization or in a factory is collecting lot of data, but whether that data is utilized for a decision making, a correct decision making, that is again a very important aspect. So we are actually particularly working on that. Whatever the data we are collecting, and we have vision, mission, long-term goals, deployment mechanism in place for every plant, for every person in the organization, and whether that data analytics can be used to take the decisions and which can impact, like we have huge inventory of steel and we cannot control steel mills. Steel prices are going haywire. So we are the worst sufferer because of that. But in some time we have advantage as well. So how to predictively use that data to take such decisions, when to increase the inventory, when to control the inventory, and how to utilize this situation, whether positive or negative, to our advantage. So this is at the managerial level what we are working on, and at senior level it is very important to have the key hawk's eye, we say always, to have what is the inventory level, what is the financial position, what is the working capital, and log that. So these are the key initiatives we are taking. Again, in terms of actual implementation on the shop floors, we are actually working on 2-3 specific projects, which is actually very challenging at this moment. Nobody has done that in India. We are actually manufacturing transformer laminations. So transformer laminations, after cutting, it has to be stacked in a proper sequence so that it goes directly for the transformer assembly. But in machine cannot manufacture in that sequence. So machine manufactures similar stampings, and then we have to assemble that in a particular way. So we are now actually working with one new startup company or robotic company, wherein we are trying to avoid these 30-40 people who are sitting apart from 3 to 4 meters, and they are stacking these transformer laminations. So can these people's burden will be eliminated. So we are working on that project. Second project is we have annealing furnace where we are reaching the stamping to 780-degree temperature. Then lifting these stacks and putting on the furnace, at this moment it is a manual person. So we are deciding, can we have low cost XY pick and place mechanism with magnetic drive and all. Third project we are working in die casting, we want to adopt and we want to avoid the manual intervention. So can a robotic loading and unloading can be done. So these are the 3 immediate critical projects which we are working at this moment. But in a nutshell, what we are thinking is digitization should help and support our management philosophy deployment, and it should actually help to make decisions fast, make actions quicker, so that we will be proactive for the VUCA situation or the unknown environments. That is the whole summary what I will say for our organization. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just pick up one point. You stressed a lot on data. So we are kind of data rich and insight poor.
Data rich, a lot
of data, but
whether actually we are applying that is a big question mark.
Yeah, so data rich, insight poor. So that's a challenge, but it is a strategic asset for all organizations, and decisions are taken based on that. So this whole cliche that data is the new oil, but it obviously needs to be refined, right? So on that note, we conclude this panel. There is time to take maybe one or two questions. So I request a mic to be sent to anyone who has a question. I'm just going to do a last rapid fire, okay? The options are yes, no, or maybe, okay? So Lakshman, any plans? Do you have a 5G roadmap in place? Any plans to use 5G? Yes, no, maybe?
Not in my plant, but in Mahindra and Mahindra Chakan factory.
Okay. Pushkar?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
No.
No? Anand?
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Let's see.
Big start. So, okay, great. I couldn't help asking that question because I come from a very strong telecom background, having spent 20 years with AT&T, and I've always been advocating why 5G should definitely make an impact. So, any questions before we wrap up?
All the panelists, says that their companies are sourcing the automations or the new technology from the outside. Someone is taking from the France, someone is taking from Israel, and all these things. So do you think that the European countries are more advanced, their plants are more advanced to a limit where all automations, digitization, everything is been done, and we are inspiring from there? Or there are Americans, or who are the in leading in these things?
Can I take this? I think it's a very interesting question. Thank you for asking it. I think at least whatever I understand within our organization, and when we look at implementation of automation or digital, there's a lot of in-house work which we do. And in fact, that is something where we believe that we should be future ready, and we do a lot of investment into our people. And that's where, I was talking about the triple bottom line, people. I think that is the core. So how do we really invest into our people? How do we improve their talent? How do we really, empower them to do some amount of experimentation? Because unless you do that, unless the people fail, you will never be able to learn. And I think that is a culture which we've inculcated. And that's why you will find there is a lot of in-house automation which we keep doing. And of course, in Godrej, I think we have a fantastic backup in the form of a machine tool department which is there, machine tool division. So I think we get that kind of support. And there is a lot of in-house, and we are proud to say that we are definitely having the Make in India philosophy at the core. So
I would like to just add upon what Mr. Pushkar said. First of all, it's all about conviction, and I mentioned about DNA. So everybody's DNA is different. So whatever examples you heard are individual examples.
Absolutely.
So I don't think it's a rule. That is point number one. Point number two, if that would have been true, we wouldn't have had Mangalayan, which is at fraction of a cost of a Bollywood movie. So I think it's very important how we look at the situation and how we adopt ourselves to the given DNA. And sorry that I'm repeating these words again and again, but that is what it really matters as a solution provider for me, that I need to understand your problems to give you solution. It is not about what solution works for him. It's about what solution works for you. So knowing your problem is more critical for me than, looking at what somebody has adopted. I think that is how I would look at it.
My only one submission is basically you have to evolve your technology. If you purchase that technology can be successful for some time. Okay, but it should be, getting engaged. Your people should get adopting to that technology. You should train your team to adopt that technology. If possible, ask them to evolve. And he is rightly pointed out, give them courage to fail. That is very important because every project will be not successful. And if we try to purchase every technology, then it will be very horrible situation for Indian manufacturing. So we have to actually in-house inculcate that habit of indigenous development, and we have to give freedom to our people. So for that we have to create that culture. That is very important.
And I'm glad you brought the point of Mangalayan and space, because we have an aerospace division which is actually working very closely with ISRO, and we've been a part of the entire trajectory
tracking.
So we've actually been a very crucial or critical part of the entire mission.
On a
Make in India, so that's
on a larger scale, our Tejas fighter plane is far better than F-16.
Okay, I think we've completely run out of time. I'm sorry, a couple of us have a hard stop at 4:30, so we'll have to leave before that. But if anyone have any questions, you all can perhaps direct it after we finish, so you can take it offline. But on that note, we'd like to end the session. I wish to thank all my panelists for sharing their insights. Great discussion. Thank you all for staying till the end to listen to all of us. On that note, conclude the session, and back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Panel. So now for the felicitation, may I call Hafiz to join me on stage, please? I thank you everyone on behalf of Manufacturing Today and ITP Media. And I would also like to thank our panel members, moderators, and the audience for their insights and time. And I would also like to thank Havells. And I'm also taking the liberty of this platform to share with you about our other events that are scheduled, that is Smart Manufacturing Summit in June and Manufacturing Today Annual Conference and Awards, which is scheduled for September. We invite you to nominate yourself for our awards, we will be opening the nominations for the first week of April. So do follow us on our social media handles and subscribe to our newsletter so that you will not miss out on any of the notification. Thank you again.